Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Hello guys from Windy Petrovac. Today with you, Grandmaster Aloysi, and me, we will follow 7th round of European Championship. We hope we will see a lot of interesting games and less draw games.
Okay, if happens. Yeah, what to do? Sometimes that's normal for this type of event, but as you mentioned, Sandra, I think we will see some interesting games. Maybe it's a moment that we go to the playing hall to comment a bit what's going on. Some details we will spot. So let's see what's going on there. Players are coming. Yeah, still some friendly chat. To remind our viewers, there is a fair play procedure with metal detectors. How about you, for example? Do you are annoyed by this fact, or you just take it for normal and wait a bit in a queue?
I'm not annoyed with this fact, since we had some stories about players who were maybe cheating, maybe not, but it's easier to play a game if you know that all players are checked by anti-cheating control, although sometimes there is a problem because a lot of chess players comes to the playing venue at the last minute, and then it's just because of time not so pleasant to go through this checking control.
Yeah, I agree, but as you mentioned, we need to have this safe environment for fair play, and that's quite normal. Some players are arriving, friendly chat, small talk. Let's check a bird view. I spotted David Navarra walking around. Yes, we see him on his right. Yesterday was a free day. How did you spend it?
Very nice. I mean, I cannot say anything so interesting since most of time I was in my room. I wanted to rest a bit. In the evening, of course, as always, a lot of chess players which you cannot see while tournament is on. You can see, and it's very funny that it's always, we should rest, but you can see a lot of these top players, they are playing blitz in playing venue, even there is a free day. How did you spend your free day?
Actually, I went to Kotor together with ECU press officer Stefana Milutinovic and Dusan Radovanovic. They are just a fresh new couple, got married. Congratulations officially.
Chess couple, yes?
Yes, exactly. And Dusan is an IM, if I'm not mistaken, right?
He is.
Yeah, so we went together to Kotor, but there was also official tour organized by the Montenegrin Chess Federation. They were on a bus, and we met them also in Kotor. I spotted David Navara, so yesterday he was there. This Kotor old town or cities, very interesting. There is a fortress on top, nice view, some cruisers around. So it was really, really nice. And then we went to this Porto Montenegro, which is a resort with famous hotels. If I'm not mistaken, even Novak Djokovic is owning a flat there.
Exactly, that's how I heard. Now I regret that I stayed in my room after I heard
we invite you.
your day.
We invite you, yes. But I know that
I had to be fresh today, so
this story we are not buying because actually, guys, for sure, Sandra was out late, and this is the reason why she skipped this tour, right?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Okay, so we mentioned some blitz. Have you spotted some maybe faces around? You can reveal who was playing blitz quite late.
Well, I saw Van Forest. I saw our Denis Kadric, trash talker, and Mamedov Rauh was there. I'm not sure that he played. And
Šarić, Varmedam,
of course, yes.
Yeah, few grandmasters.
Yeah, and a lot of people around them.
Do you like to kibitz that type of
I adore
games?
this.
Yeah?
Yeah, even when I'm sitting with people and we have some meetings or something, I'm just looking if they play some games. I would like to go there to follow what is happening because they're very interesting.
And
stories.
can you catch up with their ideas, with their concepts? Sometimes you guess correctly the move. Is there something which also drives you forward at such stage? You also can maybe predict the correct sequence.
Yeah, then you feel really proud, like, okay, I'm good in this. But okay, it happens also that you're surprised and yeah.
What do you think if you were playing this blitz type of evening match against grandmasters? Will they give you some better treatment because you're a lady?
Never.
Never. Okay,
Never
very
ever.
true.
They're trying even more hard, because there are people who are watching these games and they don't want to lose against women. I mean, because they will get some jokes, and then I have feeling that they are trying even harder. But okay, it's fun. Sometimes we play also hand and brain. I like this when I am in the team with some strong grandmaster. I feel really, really, good.
Enjoying, you mentioned that you like blitz, so that you might go to Monaco.
Yes, I hope so.
Yeah, we will also like to see you. This is like there is the first Skopje, North Macedonia European Open men. Let's say it individual rapid and blitz, and then next stop is women rapid and blitz, which will be organized in Monaco on top location, and hopefully with Sandra around. Okay, I would be curious to watch your games.
We hope for the best.
Yeah, to see how you are doing. So yeah, so you already booked your dates in calendar?
Still, I didn't do that because some things I'm doing in last minute. But
Preparations for broadcast as well, or
as
not?
well, yes. A lot of things I'm doing in last minute, but somehow, it goes. So, yeah, I will do that probably in December because tournament starts in January, at the beginning of January, and I will do that in December.
Okay, let's spot some faces. So Navarra is our up right corner, just Mateusz Bartel has passed next to him.
Mamedov also came.
Yeah, I see that Yufa is now shaking hands. Yufa, that should be our board ninth, if I'm nine or something like this. Yeah, 10. Samunenkov is seated, so they shake hands. Mamedov stood up, he's playing against Stamatis. I'm not so familiar with this Greek player. I know him, I've seen him around, but let's say if I would need to say a few more sentences without Sandra's help, it wouldn't be easy for me, but we will check this a bit later. How old is he?
He is 26 years old.
Okay, doing quite well in this event.
Exactly. He didn't lose any game. He has 3 draws and he won 3 games. Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
He's performing some regular performance. I think Sandra, later we can also check how he was doing a European Team Championship in Budva last year, because if I'm not mistaken, he played for Greece and there was important match against Serbia. I think he lost against Injic in that game, which was a roller coaster. He was winning and that he's lost, but if I'm not mistaken, he was the person playing in that game, so we will check this on the chess results, but you don't need to do it immediately. Let's stay a bit together. I see Vasily Ivanchuk. He was playing Blitz. He showed me his game. Last round game, he was playing against 11 years old kid. And it was like fabulous when Vasily was saying, I'm confused here, I was not expecting this move, I was not expecting that move, I was not expecting this reaction. So it's funny that even like a legendary player is surprised by some ideas of 11 years opponent from Turkey, but later we might speak more about Turkish players. Yeah, Sandra has did a tremendous job in checking some facts about them. I see Stefana, as we mentioned, our ECU press officer, Tomasz Delega, who is also here, well-known arbiter, just chatting with her. He is appeals committee chief in this tournament, very known, experienced arbiter, so I'm quite confident whatever happens, he will do the right thing. I see Deak sitting on the 6th board. Rauch has also seated himself. Darda now coming our left, behind Chigaev. Sedlak is now coming, shaking hands. His board, Sedlak is board.
He also has quite a good tournament. Yeah. He plays on 16th board against Vokaturov.
Yeah, so they are seated. Vasily is still strolling around. Ponomaryov, he was here just passing by Mamedov. So let's go to the first boards. Let's check cameras there. Are they present? Board number 1.
On board number 1, we have Fedoseev against Injic, which we cannot see since both chairs are empty.
Yeah, they are still not there, so maybe it's a moment to check the next one. Who is sitting there?
On the second board, we have Hovhannisyan against Svane.
Yeah, so Hovhannisyan is sitting against he's playing against Svane. Seated, very, very determined, very concentrated. I met him at the hotel a few days ago, and he's very, I would say, calm in commenting his games. Former Armenian champion, 26 something plus rated. tricky type of opponents. Usually one of Armenians is always on top.
What do you mean when you say tricky?
Tricky, it seems that, there are some players who are straightforward. They open the game, they know some openings, they have some ideas, and they put a pressure of you, and you lose if, on a good day or your bad day, you're not ready to counterattack their play. And there are some players who are basically giving you a chance. You don't feel that things are wrong. You think that you solved your main problems in the opening, and suddenly those guys are there to breathe air in position. I told you that, for example, Tershahayan, he has pressed against Injic 3 times in recent Club Cup. So he outplayed him 3 times. First in the opening, then he misplayed, he was winning, then in the middle game, then in the end game. So these type of players against whom, if you even solve openings problems or sometimes middle game problems, you still need to be aware. So that would be my comment about him. Yeah, let's move on. Let's check another Armenian player, board number 3.
Yeah, he's here, although Cheparinov is still not there. Cheparinov will play as white against Petrosian.
What do you think? Carrying that type of surname, is this a heavy thing for your life, or is it a big plus?
I would say it's a plus. If you ask me, of course, maybe someone would say it's just a kind of pressure, but I think carrying this surname, it can be a plus in chess career.
Which surname you would like to carry?
Polgar, of course.
Okay, Sandra Polgar is here. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, the arbiter has started the clock. Let's go back to the first board. Let's see, are the players present? Let's see the camera of the first board. Injic, no. So Fedoseev is late. Second board camera. Let's find an action. E4 played. Let's move to the fourth board, since we know that board number 3. Okay, fourth board we have some action. It's a Sicilian.
Yesterday Donchenko played the blitz games against trash talker Kadric, so we will see if that will affect on
that
him.
means that Alexander really didn't know how to spend. I said, okay, let's do it immediately from f1 to g2. We will push f4, g3, g4. Okay, what to do? We'll spend at least one tempo, but at least we were not taking this route e2, f3, g2. So that was some kind of concept. Alexander is playing. I felt bad for Alexander because actually he was not counter-attacking Denis trash talk. What do you think? On purpose? He didn't want to enter that battle?
I would say that you are right, yes, exactly.
Do you tend to trash talker?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
You just play, move, laugh a bit and smile, and what to do?
It depends against who I would play. Maybe sometimes, especially if I would play against Denis, I would have some words to say, especially if I'm in a winning position, but usually not.
Regarding Denis, I was struggling to find him on pairings. Probably some others would do the same if you don't press search, but Lena Miladinovic or Govedarica now helped me during the dinner. She's back to her job, arbiter's job, but she will be back, not like Terminator and Schwarzenegger back, but she will be back to studio. And she helped me revealing the fact that Denis is playing on the last board. because
Yes.
there is an issue, and arbiters have found a solution that that board actually won't be played on top boards because there is some issue with his opponent, and they switch them to like some kind of separate room.
Yes, there is separate room. He was joking that he will play on the last board. And okay, I said you probably deserved it.
Okay, so you have this trash talker potential. Okay, good. Let's move on. Let's go back to the first camera. Let's see, has Fedoseev came to the board? Yeah, he just did. So Hoodies, what do you think about playing a Hoodies? I feel well. They are both playing.
I like to wear something comfortable because, of course, we are sitting and we are too focused to feel good in our own skin while we are playing, especially if it's important game. I'm fine with hoodies, to be honest, although I'm also trying sometimes to look more kind of professional.
Yeah, it's always this fight between, like as you mentioned, feeling comfortable and being professional. Magnus is sometimes, taking a route from hoodies, still some kind of nice suit, but okay. Let's focus more on moves, more on chess. So he's adjusting the pieces. What do you do? Do you do the same? Do you take some moments to compose yourself, or you immediately just make first move?
Before I make a move, I'm just looking at my score sheet, write names and other things we should do, and then I adjust my pieces, and then I'm ready to make my first move. Although a lot of times I'm sitting there, but still I'm not sure if I will start with d4 or c4. Still I'm thinking what I should do. I didn't decide yet, which can happen to any player. You're preparing and you sit there and still you're not sure if you will start with which move you will start your game.
That's funny. I'm always quite surprised that some players are thinking about the first move, but basically you could do it in your room, just place and somehow make your surroundings like you are there at the board and decide it which move to start the game. I have a feeling that your profile usually means that you are filling the score sheet, all the details, all the necessary facts in score sheet. Do you do that?
Not really.
Okay, so I was wrong.
But okay, I understand that was your guess, but I'm not doing that. I just put my name and my opponent's name and date when we play a game and which round is, but ELO things and the federation and another stuff, I don't. When I was younger, I was doing this, trying to find out ELO of my opponent, etc., but nowadays not.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm actually doing the same or even less. I just put my name and opponent's name. I'm trying to do it in advance if even opponent is having a really like super long name, to be 100% sure. For example, playing against Pragnananda and Nepomniachtchi, I would really try to do it in some kind of respect. I know that it's tricky during some events. There was this famous like a video or a Facebook story when Magnus was trying to copy the name of his opponent. I think it was Qatar Open. So yeah, I'm trying actually to fill it, but sometimes during some leagues, for example in Hungary, you don't know your opponent. You just find it out when you sit, and then I somehow try to input the correct surname, but then I'm trying also maybe not to be fully visible. So if I got wrong, that my opponent doesn't feel as some kind of unfair movement from my side. Okay, do you take score sheets? Even if it's live?
Always. I mean, I get used to these things because, as I mentioned, my father is chess player and he likes when I come home, we should analyze games. We we were doing this more when I was younger. Then I started to feel bad after I lose a game. I say, okay, I saw my game in my room and I don't want to look again. Although we say we learn the most from games we lost, but it's the most difficult to analyze this kind of games. What do you think about it?
No, actually, I understand that analyzing the games, but my point was that somehow when there is a live transmission, I'm leaving my score sheet even at the board, not taking it with myself. I know that there are some players fighting to get originally, which is not probably correct because some arbiters and organizers insist to have the original one, not the copy. But the point is somehow I was with this way I was trying to show that for me the main thing is moves. So basically that what I did, what I performed stays there. And then I will search for moves later, but somehow I was trying to show that when the game is over, the main content of the game are moves. And I don't need memories at the moment. My focus is what I'm performing on result and I don't know, good moves. That was just some kind of my inner way. As I was a kid, I was of course collecting all the score sheets. I have some box, which probably when I will be like 60, 70 years old, I will try to get it and input it and recheck it. And there are some comments of the moves and so on.
What about your trophies? Do you have some special place at your home where you keep them, or?
I had some kind of small room, but at my parents. But when I moved, and as I'm living with my wife now, and actually I liked it that it stays there. But at some stage you start to only leave like important main ones. For example, GM title, award, and some other stuff. But these days I'm also collecting trophies from tennis because there are some kind of recreational tournaments, and it's funny, those trophies I somehow not like, but I feel a little bit more like emotional about them because I don't expect trophies there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's why I have also some place for tennis trophies. I have like 4 or 5. So it's cool. What's going on in the playing hall? Players are moving around. Yeah, Ponomarjev is moving. I see him behind. I see Pretke. What do you think? Will Pretke be able to strike back? I'm not sure about his style. He's a little bit more solid than just sacrificing everything, winning in a row.
Yes, he had a really bad start of the tournament.
How is he doing now?
I hope that I will check. Just a second. I have problems with this computer from the beginning.
No worries, we will do it.
But okay.
So he's on 1+1, which is not bad.
That means that
he needs like three more wins, but it's not bad, but it's not also especially good.
I'm sure he would say it's bad and he's not satisfied at all. But okay, he made 2 wins before a free day, and that means that maybe his tournament just started, let's say. From the perspective of a chess player, I was feeling bad to see that he's anyone who is making a bad result, and it's not so, expectable. So now I'm...
Okay, he's still, of course, he's struggling. He's dropping a lot of rating, but this is super strong player, and of course he will be seeded probably till the end of the tournament, which means that he will play against weaker opponents. If he finds a way to get in the opening some advantage or pressure, he can score severely. I noticed that he played in the 3rd round against Oriya Noga. Just to remind you, I think she's European under-18 champion, so it's also some kind of tricky pairing, so you can check how she's doing. But also second round he was playing against Kuru Attila. We will mention Turkish players later. How is Orion doing? I know that Kuru now is a potential guest for our studio because he's doing very good. And how is Orion doing?
he is losing.
She is
Losing
rating.
rating 36 points, and same thing as with Pretke. Last two games she won, so that's a good sign probably for the second part of the tournament, and especially when you make just half point from 4 games at the beginning of the tournament.
What do you think, Sandra? This concept of playing open or individual championship, so you're playing against much tougher opponents, super strong players. I know that some players, for example, like Laura Unuk, I don't know, some others, they were playing European individual, Krasteva, Beloslava, Radeva, Victoria, I think some others. What do you think about this idea that you play this type of very strong tournament, or maybe it's wiser to stick to women tournaments where you probably already have bigger chances to
I
get a
think
good
if
result?
you're an active chess player, if you're working hard on your chess, you should definitely be participant on this kind of tournament, because you can, even if you have some kind of bad result, still you can earn some ELO points, since you will play most of games against high-rated players, and you will also take some very important experience from this kind of tournament. So I think it's smart.
Yeah, my point was basically mostly towards this. How tough is this type of tournament? So you're playing 11 rounds against strong players. It's not something which players are doing. Nema struja.
Prekinuo sam s internet koristim.
Vraća se. Koliko ti treba za resetiranje? Sad zoveš Stefanu odmah. Ili odmah krenu dalje?
Ja mislim da će automatski krenuti dalje.
Što nisam znala da je ovo ši?
A dok se ovaj povrati, sam bi ljubio.
Baš si mi zabavno.
Ši.
Da.
Jer se ja ubacujem onda.
Ja, njihov optik je vajna sve.
A koja je šifra za internet ovde?
Možeš na taj da se zaključiš.
Njihov.
Piše ti mene je sport. 5G ili tako nešto.
Ja je ne vidim još ti se nije diglo, ne čekaj.
Ne, trebamo malo.
Pričekaj malo pa ćeš na mene sport.
Dobro.
Ne idu one SIM kartice. I think we are back. There was a serious crush of electricity. We can. So we are back. I think that there was a serious crash of electricity. I'm now checking with our technicians. Maybe I just untangle some
Did you press
cable
something?
or no? No, guys. In the whole hotel, something just came out. The weather is shaky. It's windy, much more than before. So probably something connected. And yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. But basically, what was happening for a few days before, this is, I think, just a small inconvenience. So let's go back to the playing hall. let's check what's going on. Regarding electricity, there was a famous this electricity incident. I will tell you a bit more about it later. Maybe Sandra, you can remind me when we start speaking about one legend.
I will
so
remind
please keep
you.
this in mind.
I will remind you.
Yeah. So let's go through our cameras. Let's check what's going on, and then we can see the games. So first board camera. Do we have it? Fedoseev is thinking. He has this Magnus Carlsen style. I will get sleep.
What do you think? He prepared for this game for sure. They played, I don't know how many moves, quite fast. He's thinking now about what? Like
usually, guys, in this type of situations, don't believe that suddenly players are facing like huge issues. That's not connected about the issues. Is now connected about searching their own database, their own analysis, their own concepts, so they are deciding which direction to go. So it's not that they are took off by surprise and that suddenly they are on their own. The point is this type of situation is okay, so you are making scenario analysis. If I do that, probably he will go for this line. It's quite drawish if I'm not 100% precise following my analysis, which will be an issue since it's quite complicated to remember that line. So I might just lose all my advantage. So maybe it's a moment that I go to some other line, try to avoid his preparation, but there I don't have advantage at the beginning, but we are on our own, so let's get him out of the book. So these are scenarios. So he's not thinking, and sometimes people are underestimated. For example, Magnus is sometimes playing some line which is not main line, they think, he's not prepared. No, believe me, he's prepared. So here they are both prepared, but the point is that probably this was not played by Alexander before. So that's why Vladimir, he's not now thinking which move to play, what's going on in the position. He's just...
Maybe he's trying also to remember in this concrete position against whom he played the game and what Alexander could prepare. And
that's also correct. You're right, Sandra. He's also scanning his own database of his games. Usually I have in my database. I promised to give you some analysis for free, right?
You promised.
Okay.
I didn't forget this.
Okay.
I hope you need.
Yeah. So I have my analysis of the openings. So usually how my pro database looks. So I have analysis with white. It calls repertoire with white. Then I have a repertoire with black. And since at my prime, it was 10 years ago. Sicilian was so important that I have one database only for Sicilian. And then I have few more databases. One is my games, one is my rapid and blitz. So after the tournament, for example, after some round robin, 25 rounds blitz, I will come back home and input at least openings. I could remember sometimes even whole games to check, is my feeling good, am I playing correctly, some. But for me it was important that I input also the openings. So what happens? I'm playing some player, let's say Croatian or Serbian, and I'm checking his games. I'm checking my games, so what can he see, my repertoire. Sometimes some games were hidden, but I'm also checking this. And I'm checking rapid and blitz. And since we played, for example, in, I don't know, let's say Sedlak, who is playing here, Sholak, who is a Turkish coach. So I would check what he has played against me in rapid, because sometimes people are using this also. And I recall one funny situation. Some grandmaster, I think it was Stevic, was playing against me, and then he played something which he didn't play for 10 years in a database, but he played in one rapid against me, and he forgot about this. And I prepared.
And you prepared?
Yeah, I prepared that this is also an option, and then I not catch him, but I was on alert. The main thing is when you start working on chess, and you have, that's what's said by Botvinnik, you have your own analysis. then you can cover much more because you don't need to work like Sandra Djukic is doing, that she's pressing reference and then checking what's going on. I'm joking. Yeah,
But
so you
that's
can.
true.
Yeah, you
So I
can just
cannot
go
say
through your analysis and just check or try to memorize what do you have in your analysis. So basically, all those top players, they are not checking what's going on today, yesterday. They are just updating all the time. There was this the week in chess. I would download the games once in a week. Then I have a scan of games important for my repertoire, and either I analyze them immediately, or I put some flag that this move should be analyzed. And then when I'm checking my database, I know, okay, here there is a green sign, green flag. There was a game, so I should check this as a possibility. So that was actually my repertoire. Sometimes it's nice. You see the guy, you have a roommate, the guy is sweating, he's trying to find what to play in some positions, he's preparing maybe an IM, and you are just, I don't know, putting some music, and you just press right click. Yeah, that was nice, but to be able to get this right click, so you need to spend a lot
of hours
yeah,
by working.
exactly.
Yeah, that's why I'm just clicking. Actually, I'm just trying to find, and you're just clicking.
Yeah, so if we would be roommate, I would chilling and you will just checking. So let's get the moves, so let's see what's going on. Just briefly cover the opening. Let's combine it with the board. So this is the game we were mentioning. So he's thinking here, he can go, I don't know, several ways. He can play rook c1, he can place his knight to g3. So knight f4 in the end was played. Hovhannisyan is already playing against your Sicilian, Taimanov. So this f4 is away. Do you play with the bishop on b4 or e7?
With the bishop on b4.
Okay, the most active line. That was all played, and it's quite tricky. Svane is very well prepared, but Robert can be a very tough opponent to play against if he's having initiative, but it seems that everything was analyzed.
It seems Black is very well prepared because he didn't spend, he has 1 hour and 32 minutes and White has 1 hour 17 minutes, which cannot, I mean, it doesn't have to be that White was surprised or something like that, but through this we can guess that it's like.
Yeah, sometimes, as we mentioned, people are thinking and then they will speed up the process once they decide which direction, which line they will play. From my point of view, in general, there are some countries, players from countries who are really well prepared. For example, Germany is that kind of country where all grandmasters like super theoretical. I remember this for a long, for example, Najdic was playing, Baramidze, and some others, Georg Mayer, and so on and so on. So they will be like top prepared, and then your task is to try to get them out of the book, which is not easy. Friedman is also very well prepared. Henking was also the one from Germany, very known theoretician. So it's quite tough to trick them in the opening. Kasimdzhanov was their coach at some stage, and of course now they have the strongest player, who is Kamer.
Yeah, and it's his birthday today.
Yeah, congratulations to Vincent, prominent star. You can check his commentaries, interviews. He was our guest during Club Cup, so he comes to studio, and I'm quite impressed, first of all, about his behavior, his manners. He's very nice, always I don't know, say hello, try to be very friendly. So he is one of the players I'm rooting for. So yeah, happy birthday to Vincent.
Happy birthday.
We will check this topic a bit later also, but in the meantime, let's move on just to check few more games. We have a draw, Motilev against Dochenko, which probably doesn't suit you so much, like Sandra.
Yeah, right. I'm very disappointed now.
And things are happening, the things I was mentioning. So the point is that before people will play f4, g4, g5, and they will play this with bishop on e2, and bishop will come from f3 to g2. which is a long way. And then someone realized that we can play g3 knight. Okay, g5 is immediately it will be the most upgraded version, but then either this one is hanging or there are some e5 moves. So you need to do it slower. And now we have, instead of going to this route, you are heading immediately, but you need to play g3, g4, which is longer. But yeah, let's hear about that from the first hand experience. So give us a second and we will hear.
That would be the best.
So, welcome back. I have a new guest, Grandmaster Donchenko, Alexander. Alexander, welcome. You have just finished your game, so we are curious to hear what has happened. Let's get the board. Let's see.
Happy to be here, a little bit faster than expected, but in general, when you get to +4 the European, you don't care about pride anymore. You care about getting solid games, yeah?
Especially with black, and I was mentioning this a few times, that Motilov and I don't know, some other players who are here, they are not underrated, but still they are maybe tricky opponents to play since their peak was 2700. They know how to play well. So.
No, especially since I have 5 tournament games against Motilov and I have half a point out of 5 until today. But yeah, I think he's just someone who is one of those people. He will probably not play 100% every game, but if you force him, he can still play very, very well.
Yeah, if he's against the wall, there was a game against Gurel, which was very good.
I actually saw that. I think it was brilliant that he found Bishop f8 with 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, so if he's against the wall, that on a good day he can perform at his peak, and it's not easy because his rating might trick you and you want to play, but also, yeah, I think it's hard. If you're white, okay, then it's a different situation.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, let's check what has happened. I was mentioning in studio that this concept with G3, first it was the way how people were playing F4, G4, and then transferring this bishop anyway to G2, but then someone came with this idea to play G3, bishop G2, and then G4.
Yeah, and like everyone else, I had my fair share of mainline games here with E5, knight E2, or knight B3, and then and then it's just incredibly boring for black. White is always like very, very slightly better with this D5 square. So for today, I tried something different with E6, and it's also, if you play G3, you usually don't want the sharpest game, so this could be a bit of an unpleasant choice, but I think he was just, he still knew what to do here, at least.
Okay.
He played G4 confidently. It's one of the critical lines, and this is actually, I think this might be very similar to this H3 line, the H3 E6 line. And where I think I would have bishop e7 instead of queen c7, and just apart from that, it's the same position.
Before you were mainly playing d4, but these days you're playing also on e4. So do you play this type of position yourself with white?
That's the good thing. Nobody knows yet. Yeah, I don't have many e4 games, so even if people prepare for my e4, which incredibly still very few people do, it's not so easy to guess because I have maybe 10 series games.
But my point is that you also now you are having an info for this angle.
Let's say I have seen the position with both colors, and it usually helps.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on. H6 was a natural reaction from your side?
H6 is still very much okay. H4, knight c6. I think this is 1-for-1 the position from the 6H3 line, except that I have queen c7 instead of bishop e7. I think this is actually slightly better version for black, but it's hard to say.
And then came this g5 move with the draw offer. So were you surprised a bit or not?
I mean, I think he was thinking for maybe 10 minutes before playing g5, so I understood that he's thinking about something. G5 is almost the only move after all of these. And I wasn't too surprised. I was just deciding if there's a way that makes sense to play here, to play on as black. But the next few moves would be pretty forced.
Okay, let's discuss it.
Takes, rook h1, bishop h1, knight d7. G6 is what he wanted to do. Knight takes d4.
Okay.
Gf.
GF. Sorry. First.
King f7.
Yeah.
Queen d4. Here there are a few moves, but the safest one and the one that I wanted to play is queen b6. And then it goes on, but basically black equalizes somehow in the end game.
Can you just mention maybe a few games played in this line of some players? Or how popular is it?
I think there are not many games in this line at all, as far as I know.
Engines maybe, games or...
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I just know what I prepared today.
Okay, so it's not super popular, this continuation.
No, that's, I mean, the whole G3 E6. I think it didn't used to have the best reputation. So most top players just went E5 and just accepted this position. But here, it's not very popular, and I think it caught him a little bit off guard. So he decided to offer a draw. And I mean, if I get this position after another 5 minutes and then I play for a win with black, I'll also feel
that's an issue, because maybe you want to decline the draw, but probably you know what's your main prep.
But again, it's I'm black. It's not like I have to win every game now. So
I mentioned also in the studio that usually German grandmaster players who are playing for Germany are always well prepared. You have this, I think, reputation. I can name few, even older, like even Georg Mayer, Najdic was playing, Baramidze. Here we have Svanes. Somehow you are very good in opening. What do you think? Is this some kind of already image around? Kasim was a coach in Germany a lot.
Maybe, yeah. I think also when we play Olympiads or European Championships together, we usually have some ideas that, for example, we develop for some round or something and then never played, but the ideas are still there. And sometimes when you least expect it, they come up and people think, wow, where does this come from?
I think these days, of course, it's very important to be stable in the opening. I think that you don't suffer in that part of the game in general.
I think especially at this tournament, it's just if you already get a few wins under your belt, you can generally make a draw with black almost every time, and you still have good chances because 20th place is the goal, yeah?
I agree. Matthias was here, Blubam, I forgot to mention him also is a very well prepared, Dennis Wagner before. Matthias was here, he was European champion 2021, I think, or 22.
22, I believe.
22, yeah. So, and also he mentioned that, okay, it's nice to be a champion, but its first goal is to qualify.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, I qualified through the European only once, but if I manage this year, then it would be very curious to play next year and not needing to qualify. Then I can basically play for free, so to speak. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, maybe to explain a little bit to viewers, because they are expecting some blood, super sharp games, but in general, the event is quite cruel. You're playing 11 rounds. If you lose 1 or 2 games in the end, you might drop. So, I don't know, those Swiss these days, classical Swiss of 11 rounds, it's not easy to play all the games. Like risking a lot. What's your opinion there?
It's generally the accepted way to do things. I know that it can be done differently because last year I had 3.5 out of 6, and that was honestly lucky because I could have had less. But then I finished with 4.5 out of 5 and qualified this way. And it is doable, but obviously if you don't absolutely have to do it, then there's no need to risk it. Because at the end of the day, if you're 4th or if you're 20th, well, it makes a difference in money, but that's about it. But for the World Cup placement, it makes no difference at all.
Got it. How was your free day? I mentioned this for a second that you play blitz games against Denis Kadric, trash talker.
Yeah, he's a funny character. I mostly played just to check how my state is on the free day, and as expected it was not too great because I did a lot of sports, I went running and generally was a bit tired. So I knew that I have to feel different today than I was yesterday, and I think it was good. I generally don't play a lot of blitz during tournaments, but he kind of got me to play there.
Okay, thanks Alexander for joining. Hopefully we will get you back to studio in the last rounds, so good luck.
Thank you.
Okay guys, let's have a short break and then we will move on.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Hello everybody, I'm back in the studio, finally, with Sandra
I was
here.
waiting for you all of these days.
I know, but for the proper reason. I hope you all guys saw what Global Cell is gifting to us, not just the chess players, also to you and chess enthusiasts. And Global Cell is an official telecom provider to European Chess Union. So they provide eSIM and data. You can feel free to have it for free. And you can connect everywhere and worldwide.
Yeah, and if you were wondering what you will get 125 megabytes. And if you want to get it, you have to scan QR code.
Yes, it's pretty easy to install, only in few steps. I promise I did it in 5 seconds, so just use your phone, QR code, scan it and click install. The rest is automation and automate process, so in a few minutes that will be it.
Now I regret that I didn't have this option earlier on my tournaments because
thousands of people there, low internet connections, so yeah, we all needed this. Thank you, Global Cell.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
So we are back. I'm quite impressed.
Thank you.
You did like really great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
We are talented for this.
nice.
We didn't prepare so much, but okay, also we are team, Len and me, we have good energy, so it works.
I agree. So some commercials if they are searching for hosts.
We are here. Maybe we will be available.
But
maybe
come
not.
on, they will start invite you to tournaments. They will start invite you in arbiters lessons. You should
Okay,
also
I
relax
like
a
to
bit.
have a lot of choices and to choose priorities.
Guys, joke aside, I'm quite happy that we are having, I would say, like new people. Of course, Sandra is well known from tournaments, but it's nice. And I'm always happy to see that some new people are doing a great job, which usually means that we should support and open the doors since, yeah, you need to get a chance to show what you're capable to. So let's check the playing hall. Let's see what's going on. Now you heard, guys, about Alexander, that, yeah, it's not easy to risk and to be a hero just to make Sandra happy. So sometimes you should think also about your own agenda, your own tournament. Of course, risking a lot, it can backfire. And actually, in my career, I was doing a lot. So I was trying, by declining a draw, trying to show that I'm brave, that I'm not a chicken, and then it really backfired many times. It's hard feeling, but yeah, somewhere you lose, somewhere you win. That's also very typical. Let's get the camera from the first board. Anything in chat?
Well, we have a lot of comments in chat.
Yeah, if you find something from the beginning, some question, I'm quite eager to reply. In the meantime, let's check the board. So c5 was played. I was explaining this. Let's see it on the board as well. So in this position, usually black reacts after f3 only to play c5, since now if you take, bishop takes or even pawn takes, but let's say bishop takes, then this isolated pawn structure position, it's not so great for white, since white has a backward pawn and easy target for black. So this is typical reaction in Queen's Gambit, in Nimzo, that after f3, c5 is in reaction. So there are several ways to play this position. For example, black can start rolling his pawns. That's why white played rook c1 to be able to hide his bishop to b1, and then g4, h4, everything. White will start throwing to black's king, actually this is a very wise strategy from Alexander, psychological point of view, that Fedoseev is a player who is very skillful. We already could see this in this tournament, very skillful in squeezing some equal positions. But this type of position sometimes requires all in, so that you start doing is actually the same thing happened in Magnus' game in Chennai World Championship against Anand. Vichy was not ready to go all in, but the position invited, Magnus invited him by opting in an opening for a one where white is pushing on the king side, black on the queen side. Same goes here. Ingic, for example, of course, doesn't mind playing this type of position, but Fedoseev would maybe hesitate for a bit. Of course, he's a super strong player and he can play any type of position, but still, this game maybe suits more Alexander, or at least he has avoided some part of the game which he doesn't like some boring maneuvering stuff. King H1 played. Anything in chat you want to emphasize?
I tried to check. I didn't see anything so connected with game. Someone asked what Kadric said and for whom, about trash talk. When we were talking about this, they were talking also about Nimsu Indian with e3, bishop d2, but I didn't see any concrete questions so far. I will check it later once again and we will give answers.
Regarding Denis, he was our guest 3 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. And he would, I would say, just turning things ups and down, like commentating Nakamura, some other stuff. He was joking, we need to give you a content, guys, so check his interview. I think you can even cut it or find it somewhere. It was a few days ago. If you are not...
I would say it's worth enough to try to find and to see.
I got your point. If you are eager to hear what Denis has said, then you need to invest some time to find it on the previous links. So let's check what's going on. Let's move on. Hovhannisyan against Svan. Actually, this is some crazy game. And Alexander in the studio being off, when we were offline, he said that he thinks that still Robert is in his prep, although Frederick seems to be better prepared. Engine is saying that white is better here. So what do you think? Is this some kind of bluff from black side, that if white manages to find all the things, I will be worse? But you think that it's so complicated that no one will be able to do it, and suddenly...
I would say, I think it's not a bluff, because computer likes material. And maybe that's why computer prefers white's position, because we can see that knight is on a8, so there is no rook for black. And I think if we have this estimation of position, and I would prefer to play this rather as black, for example.
Okay, brave Sandra, I like it. Yeah, I got your point. So it's still... doesn't mean that even white engine is giving a plus, that white's position is preferable. So many challenges ahead of him. He cannot castle, although there is also some counter chances for white. So it's now really hard to grasp what's going on. Black is still blitzing, which, I recall one story, for example, when Movsesyan was working, I think, for Armenians, and Aronian was the main guy, and Movsi was playing for Armenian team. They were like Olympiad winners. Also, I don't know who, Sargsyan was there. Movsi has said, if we could combine Sargsyan and Aronian somehow with their best strengths, then you will get invisible player who is actually, untouchable, let's call it this way, that you couldn't even threat him anything, he would be like a computer. So he wanted to say that Sargsyan understanding of some equal positions, some strategical parts, plus Aronian's creativity and imagination would be perfect, exactly. So he said, for example, how this preparation goes. So he was at some stage, Movsi, since he's a sort of aggressive player, tactician, but his opening repertoire has, from years to years, maybe it became a little bit more calmer, but in general, he's a calculation guy who is a tactician. And he offered in some position there, since there is a team work before some Olympiads, he offered some idea that play h4 in Queen's Gambit. Probably he was not expert in that line, he didn't even know the theory, but he was thinking himself, why not to start attacking h4? And then Aronian always had this idea to say, but this is bad, this doesn't work, just to see how strong you can stand behind this concept, this idea. And then Movsi said, come on, g4 and so on, and suddenly they like it. And it was funny, before China tournament, I think there was a round robin in China. First round, Aronian is playing against Kramnik, and Kramnik is playing this Queen's Gambit declined variation, so there is a possibility to play h4.
For h4?
Yeah, but Aronian, as experience, said, against Kramnik, he will find a way how to counter-attack it, parry it, so probably it will be a draw. I don't want to waste it. And then he played 2 rounds afterwards against Kari Krishna, and he pressed and he won the game. So it's sometimes it's, you know, some players can solve some openings. So sometimes Aronian was doing this type of things, that against some player he will even play some line which is maybe dubious, but he knows, okay, against this guy I will try this. So sometimes it's not important the quality. Is it like 100% good, or there is some dubious parts? So it's important your opponent's profile,
to scan opponent's profile,
your mood, and to find a way. So, as you mentioned, you would rather play it with black. Against some player, I would maybe test it. Against other, I wouldn't. So it's also some situation management, what you are deciding to play against whom. I'm quite curious because we have them on the camera. We can go full screen to see a little bit more their body language, their emotions. So Robert is usually a little bit more calmer, so I would say that he got off guard a bit, while Frederick is usually a little bit more concerned. So I would say that some opening outcome, or at least what we are getting from the player's profile at the moment, it looks that black is having an initiative, so I would agree.
Which position do you prefer here? You would rather play as black?
I would be black.
Okay.
I would rather be black, but it's also tricky since now black probably knows a bit more than white, and he knows the outcome. And sometimes you are not happy with the outcome, because if the guy manages to find all the best moves, you are maybe ending up in some kind of, I don't know, for example, some worse endgame where you have only chances to make a draw. For example, there was this Nimcovi Sicilian. I can show you, I can get you a board to show you, for example, line. So let's get the board. So knight f3, this stuff. Knight f6, e5, knight c3. And if you're not playing this line, or let's say that you, with black, and you are surprising your opponent, it's not easy to play this type of things, and where you need to memorize all those details and so on. Now there is some kind of rook f1, bishop c5, knight goes to g5, and so on and so on. There are even some other moves, knight d4, I think there is king d3. So but you know that outcome of this line is slightly worse, not maybe slightly, maybe even worse position. So you are making some very, I would say, aggressive moves. People are coming next to your table, checking what's going on. You look like a hero. And suddenly the guy finds all the moves and you're ending up in a worse position. And your ego is not so strong as like a few minutes ago. That's typical. And then suddenly you need to fight for a draw and you want to hide that no one sees.
But for spectators, is always, they enjoy in this kind of games and in this type of positions to see from.
So we can go full screen once again. So I'm pretty sure that Frederick knows the outcome of the best moves. And although it looks now that he's doing a masterpiece, he knows also that it can backfire. So it's always tricky. You look brilliant, but you also are aware, perfectly aware. It's not that we are in some kind of position where we got this after 2-3 hours of battle. No one knows about the outcome. You saw this position for the first time, and okay, you calculated both. But here he's more prepared. He probably knows more. He knows what is the, I would say, final verdict of the position. And yes, he might not be fully happy about it.
I agree. Also, I mean, time is a very important part of the game, and even if he managed to have better position at some moment, he will have some maybe problems in time trouble. He can make just one critical mistake and to lose a game. We will see what will happen. I thought maybe we could make some prediction about, for example, this game, which looks completely crazy, but okay, we can.
Yeah, because it's not so easy to analyze because it's quite sharp, engine style, but it's important to reveal a bit this, trying to get you some insight. That's my opinion, what is behind. So Robert knows about the position. He knows that his opponent is prepared. He's trying to check now, is there a position where he can exchange something, get into maybe equal position or slightly better position, but without risking a lot. Also, he's thinking what would be the main now way to go for. So he senses it. Is it some kind of pawn push? Is it what is now he's trying to grasp? What's the reasoning behind the black's play? So he understands that his king is caught in the center, but he's trying to check. Okay, so what is now the situation? I need to play like next 5-6 moves with my weak king, so it will be tough. But that's the way how to go, how to move forward. Or is there any immediate threat? Do I need to go for some counterattack? So suddenly, your nervous system is under heavy pressure. But the thing is, players of that caliber, 26 plus, we can check Robert's career high. I think it was like 26. I think I mentioned already this, 2640, 2650.
We will check this.
So while you're preparing, so that's actually something I want to emphasize, that they were already in their career, they were many times in this type of situation, even maybe some more stressful situations, for example, Olympic and some important events, last round events. So the nervous system is ready for this type of situation.
What did you say? What was your prediction about his peak rating?
2640 something or 2650.
It's 2650. Great.
Okay, not bad.
Not bad at all.
I know the players. Actually, that's why I'm here, guys. I also think that what Sandra and Lena are contributing, that's very important. You are really, it's a big pleasure to work with you girls, since you are spreading this positive energy, but also I'm trying to, from some, like my professional experience, to explain you a bit more what's going on now in process of players, since I've been, not many times, but I've been in this situation. It would be funny to comment myself. So let's say that I'm sitting there, and actually this happened okay, before broadcast was maybe not so developed, but let's say 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I told you I was playing Capella Grande, where this next to this city, Dunkirk, very known about this movie, Second World War movie, and I was playing the tournament. I know 1,000 people. I'm sitting last board, first table. I'm black in this type of circumstances. All eyes on me. I'm playing against Gajewski, former Vichy Anand coach, and now, if I'm not mistaken, he's Gukesh coach. I think I already mentioned this in Club Cup. You can maybe help me, Sandra, if you Google. So Gajewski and Gukesh with W. So I was playing against him. I also played for for Croatian team in the European Team Championship 2017. After 5 rounds, Croatia was leading. Šarić was playing first board. I was playing third and fourth, making draw against Sargsyan, making draw against Rasmus Vane, some other players. I lost against Berkeš because I was pushing. So is his coach Gukesh? I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So I've been in this type of situations, as I mentioned, so I know how tough is it, but those players are very well prepared. Now, Queen H4 was played by Robert, which is sort of mistake by Engine, but the thing is, now they're out of the book. Probably they're both out of the book. So what is now happening in process of Frederick? You get relief.
Yeah.
This relief is very big. You know why? Because you need to memorize so many things, and before the game, coming to the game with like 3-4 hours of repeating the analysis, similar like Sandra is doing before this broadcast, with some circumstance, with some facts she will provide you later. Yeah, so you are coming there. Your brain is actually burning because you know how tough. You are scared to enter some position and forget and confuse your analysis. And then you're playing and you're happy each move you're making, which is following your analysis, your prep. And then your opponent makes a move which is out of your prep, which means usually a few things. It's not the first choice of Engine, so it means the quality of that move is not super strong, usually. Okay, sometimes there is some deep concept behind it, but in general, it's a good sign. Second thing, you get relief because suddenly you can play chess. You don't need to be like scared. Am I making my moves according to the analysis? Could I remember all those things? And so suddenly you feel that you're relieved. You start to play chess. So that feeling is also very, very nice. And particularly now, precisely that feeling is happening. So Frederick is aware that, okay, I'm now starting a game. I made my things as a professional. So if you are a pro, you need to prepare. You need to memorize, because if you already have it in notebook, that's some advantage. And you need to be able to play it on the board according to that. So as a pro, you did everything you can as a professional. Now we start to play.
He is satisfied with his choice, but also it's very tricky if White played very fast and at this point he played Queen H4, it would be a bit scary because, you know, White played very fast, he played a move which is not in your preparation, so you can think that it's kind of novelty or something from which you should be scared.
Yeah, and the thing is, sometimes you don't know the margin. In some position, you get the lines, the file covers 2-3 lines, but you don't know how bad is fourth line. So that info, it's really hard. You cannot be on that level. That you know that in this position, I was covering 3 moves in my analysis, but this fourth move is very bad. It's a mistake. It's a blunder, or it's just a little bit weaker than those 3. So now he's not sure. He's thinking, is this Queen H4 a mistake, a blunder, or it's slightly worse option than like the main lines. So he's trying to grasp that. Also, I think the same is Robert doing now, He's trying to check, okay, have I made a move which is in sort of normal zone? So it's not the main move because my opponent is thinking, so probably it's not top 1, top 2, maybe even top 3. But how far is that in terms of quality from those top moves? So basically those guys are now calculating, but they're not calculating much. Now you have this inner speech, and
Exactly.
yeah, they will spend like few minutes just before they start to analyze. So we can get a move, get a board to check what has happened. Now black needs to find only move, which is queen a3, targeting the bishop e5, bishop d2. Okay, this game will be very complicated. And probably it's a good choice from Robert because now he's narrowing the next few moves process, so he won't be, I don't know, like burning a lot of energy for next moves, and he's already on 20th move. So I think he will be out of the time trouble zone. Let's check the first move position, first board position, what has happened here. Yeah, this bishop f4 is typical, and once again, I'm not sure that this is the right choice. I think that Alexander should have waited a bit because this is Fedosseev style. Now again, position will be positional more than sharp. So okay, f5 played, interesting. I don't believe that this move is...
Computer doesn't like this move.
Yeah, because he's surrendering this e5 square. Usually you need to play something on the... Or at least you should start rolling, but not immediately. Okay, I don't know, it's really hard. Let's get that game full board screen, full camera screen to check how first board is doing. Let's go first board. We have some greetings from afar.
Yeah, we have greetings from Michigan.
Michigan, yeah, state in
Yes.
US, greetings.
Someone mentioned that Magnus Carlsen became the champion in Indian tournament and that his performance was 2,951 in rapid in India, that still. Also, they were very happy to see Lena here in studio back.
Who is it?
I saw a lot of comments. I'm waiting for a moment to say this. So yeah, I was also happy. I'm happy with Alois, yeah.
Thanks, Sandra. But maybe tomorrow we can maybe try that option as well, to see how those two ladies, nice ladies, are doing together. We will check this. But let's move on. Let's see the games. Cheparinov, he was playing crazy game. I checked this a bit with Alexander. He mentioned that it's crazy that black went for this super sharp Sandra Djukic style of chess. And then he was thinking, which means that it's funny. So black went super sharp, and he was sort of trying to get his opponent out of the book. But then his opponent is even more prepared. But it's not strange, just to remind you that Ivan is working with Firouzja. So if he was working before with Topalov, yeah.
Yes,
So if you are
as well.
working with Firouzja, you need to be updated. And he mentioned that he works on chess a lot. So this is some kind of crazy position, which probably leads to a draw, which is typical. But now what will happen, guys, you will just need to follow this engine bar on our left. And when it drops or goes up, so it should be level all the time. That means that probably one side will just win. So this is crazy stuff, but I think that both players are very well prepared.
This is kind of game
Okay,
I
I love it. So let's get them on the camera. So it's board number 3.
Yes.
So I will tell you what I think is going on now in that game. So the thing is, once again, black is playing a super sharp stuff, which is sort of equal. Engine says that it's a draw, and there are several perpetuals. But if your opponent is a bit more prepared, he knows that there is a way to avoid perpetual and to give you even some kind of advantage. This is -1, but you need to make crazy moves. So this knowledge to know when to offer you weaker, let's say, continuation, sacrifice your exchange or something, and then your memory only says that you know that it's like perpetual, but you don't know anything except the perpetual lines. You memorize all the things, but you don't know, as once again to mention, how bad are those other moves? Are they still in a zone? Are they slightly worse, or the guy is risking bluffing you a lot? Now it's very tough. So let's get back the board. So in this particular position, you will see there are two moves, d7 and d4, and engine says some kind of perpetual by repeating the moves. For example, let's say d7, I don't know, I take, and probably there is some perpetual check around and whatever. And suddenly Ivan, because he was watching, he was checking this line before, maybe with Alireza, he spotted that this, when you analyze this type of position, you start to check all the moves. And you start checking lower quality moves to see where will this take you. And then suddenly you realize that this type of position, that this rook f1, brings you to some position where black might be slightly better or maybe still equal, but moves are much harder to find. So now Manuel is thinking g3 will be played, so I'm trying to guess what is now next step. d4 will be played, and once again some equal outcome, but it was not first choice of computer. This is really tough to play, and well-armed player, I think, will just crash here. So I think that Manuel, really now, if you're not in a great shape, you cannot come out of those problems. I was saying this story once, that during European Team Championship 2017, I was playing for Croatia. We were doing really great. After 5 rounds, we were leading the tournament. It was funny, for example, I'm playing on the first board, first match, suddenly I see Aronyan playing somewhere else. Adams is there in the second row. Grishuk is far away, and suddenly all the cameras are on you. So it was a good feeling. But there was a game, I mentioned this, when Mamedov was playing against Dubov, and they had some training camp before this event, and Gelfand was working with them, and Gelfand said to Dubov, okay, this line, if guys plays this line, you play that move and you will figure it out yourself. It's not so complicated. And Grishuk was laughing because Mamedov played particularly that type of move, leading to this type of position where you need to be like crazy, like armed with computer.
It's not so easy to continue.
It's not even easy, even if you are,
analyzing that before.
And he was laughing, like, for which type of position the laziest comment was attributed, and you play it yourself. And then I remember this, I was playing on the second match, Croatia, I think maybe even against Armenia. Behind me, Russia is playing versus Azerbaijan, and I see Dubov sitting, like almost crying about his position. Rauf is walking around, and I see the position. Okay, we have a draw already, so this is Darda's game, and Mamedov has won that game, and they won the match. So same might go here. Someone tells you, okay, Manuel, you play this type of position, then you will figure it out yourself. Okay, so we have a draw. It's Darda against Sargsyan. We can check a game. Alexander told me, it was funny, let's get a board, that around here he said, I know this line, and it goes to some perpetual. And then he was happy, saying, you see, my analyses are quite good. So yeah, I got some praisal from other players as well, because all this is sort of known. And now we got perpetual, which is crazy, but these days everything leads to perpetual. How about you, Sandra? Do you like to memorize some long lines where perpetual is around, or you just
I don't like to make this kind of draws, to be honest. I just like when I come to the tournament to play each game from the beginning till the end game if it's possible. It depends also of your opponent, what they will play and how you will end a game. But I'm not type of player which would do this let's say kind of fast draws just with a few of my chess friends. Yeah.
I'm listening you, and somehow you are inspiring me because, guys, I was for a long circuit playing so many tournaments, and want it or not, I played like 160 games in my prime a year, and want it or not, somehow you, not that you lose this love for chess, but okay, you become a little bit more result orientated in terms of openings, results, and so. But somehow you sounds to me as some, I would say, like complete chess fan, person who adores chess so much that the way how you're saying you don't like those perpetuals and so on. This is, I would say, like this inner, like this important. Like a lifestyle of chess player, like it was in previous times and so on. So I really like it. So,
thank you.
And we feel this how you are admiring chess. So you are not
that's true.
Ruined,
actually.
not ruined
chess
by
is art, and you know, it's just you have you play, for example, one tournament, you have 9 games. Even if you lose a game, it's just one game. Although any lose can be like.
Yeah, don't lose this passion because I appreciate it a
hope
lot.
so. I was thinking about that. So someone told me, again, you played the game for, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours. We are waiting for you on a dinner. And I said, yes, okay, I'm fine. And then she said, actually, one grandmaster, you will see when you come to my age. I said, I will not do as you are doing. You come here and just fast draws. She said, you will see when you come to my age.
Don't change.
This is what scares me. But
don't change. Keep this passion. We love it. And I sense this while you are commentating, while you are saying something about positions. So this is something what I think chess is all about. It reminds me of some Queen's Gambit Netflix or something. This is something which I really truly respect. So yeah.
Thank you very much.
So guys, maybe it's a moment that we keep this passion. Sandra's passion for chess a bit around, so we won't check some other games yet. So let's go for a break and we will see what's happening in other games.
See you soon, guys.
chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Teachers. Ako može.
So, we are back. Let's check what's going on. Let's go to the playing hall. Maybe we can first stroll around the playing hall to check the cameras. So let's enter the playing hall. So this is typical entrance. Some players walking around.
And arbiters.
Yeah, you professional arbiters always notice your friends, colleagues.
Very important people. Without arbiters, there will not be championship. So.
And players? Without players?
And also without players, I'm sorry.
I would say maybe without players would be easy, would tougher to organize.
Yeah, okay.
So, what do we see? We see that many players are seated, that Varmedar on our left, in the middle, Mamedo, they're super focused, right?
Yufa at the end.
Yes, and between them is Sargsyan, so they are all very well determined. I see Svane, left, Chigaev, Sedlak is there.
Is that Velja Ivic or
Against which
who
board?
is shaking his
Yes,
head?
it's our bottom right. It should be board number 32, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he didn't start so well with the tournament, so I'm a bit surprised he's there and a bit happy that. Okay, let's see which board is Velja Ivic. Yeah, 32nd board.
Yeah, he's playing with white. He's thinking. Next to him is a Turkish player. I see Radovanovic walking behind. Lagarde is there as well.
Nikola Radovanovic is walking.
Durai Beli is here, if I'm not mistaken, 31, playing with black. Vasif, he was studying in US, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Deak is walking around. Let's go to the first board. See David Navarra just passing around. Fedoseev against Injic. Okay, they are still very focused. Let's move on. Second board. Okay, this game we will touch, of course, but at the moment it seems that Frederick is now the one being more nervous and consuming some time. Let's go to the
We also
number
have
3.
some greetings from Rio de Janeiro, from London.
Okay, great. Greetings to you guys as well.
Yeah.
It's nice to read that you're following us from afar. Enjoy chess. Chess is beautiful. Chess is great. So we are happy that you're around. Don't hesitate to ask some questions. I think Sandra is very eager to reveal something about her chess
It depends
profession.
of question, but we will see.
Yeah, also maybe giving some tips as experienced, I would say, lecturer coach. So you know also how to adjust your answers to a different type of level of players. You said that you were working with beginners, but also with some advanced players. I also have some experience around.
Do you give chess lessons right now, or?
Yeah, from time to time I do it. I'm quite busy, so it's somehow I'm having several roles and I'm not sticking to one. So yeah, that's my style. So I from time to time, when I see that a person is enjoying, that I'm focused, I'm more acting as a mentor sometimes, but yeah, I also from time to time like to involve. I would love to have Sandra like 5 or 6 lives, so maybe devote one to lessons, to be a coach, but what to do. Yeah, let's get the board back. So let's start checking the games. So Fedoseev against Ingic, we can have them on camera as well. It's board number 1. We left around here, and I was thinking that this might suit Fedoseev, but then came this f5, g4, probably bishop g5, going all in. They are repeating the moves, and Vladimir declined the offer, which is interesting. So he really wants to win, although engine is saying that he's dead lost. So is this a biggest bluff in the tournament? What do you think?
Probably. I'm wondering how this will affect on Ingic. Someone change the energy after the draw offer is declined. It can affect in a good or bad way. It depends of personality of a chess player. I think this will not affect so much on Alexander.
I notice how kind are you, and you're very polite, but also at the same time you're a big fighter in chess games as a professional player who is playing a lot. How about a draw offer when it lands? Do you say no, or you just make a move? Are you super polite?
I say nothing if I want to continue with the game. I don't think I was thinking about this if it's maybe not polite, but we all learned as chess players that this is just, I want to play more, and I think there is no need to say anything, but also there are players who says let's play more. I don't say anything, I just continue to play a game, of course, if I don't want to accept a draw.
My answer is always there. I say I want to play. That's usually my routine, so I never just play a move. Somehow I
Do you think it's not polite if you continue to
I don't know,
play?
but I was
wondering from perspective of other player how they look.
I'm coming from some contemporary times where I was trying to improve as a player, and that usually would mean that you hang on with grandmaster colleagues, and at that time it was not easy to get information, so I was quite a lot affected by their routine, and I was listening, for example, some grandmasters saying, he didn't reply to my draw offer. So then I was learning from them that they might get angry that the draw offer was declined without answering, and that was the reason why I started to answer myself, just to avoid that type of inconvenience. So I would always decline with some.
Speaking of this, there is interesting story. Two very strong grandmasters played the game, and one of them offered a draw. The other one said, it's too early, They continue to play, they play. Then the other one asked, okay, maybe a draw, and the other one said, it's too late.
Yeah, that's also typical.
Yeah.
That's also typical. There was a club tournament where one player, they were playing like amateurs, and one player offered a draw, but the other one didn't hear it. Mm-hmm. And I think or how was it? Then at some stage, the thing is that the guy thought that there was a draw offer. So he heard. Sometimes I was actually having this feeling. I was not sure was my opening. Actually, I was quite silent, or maybe like with the low voice when I was offering a draws. I don't know, you're sitting there for hours without speaking, and the first word to say I offer a draw, which might not be enough or heard enough. So actually, sometimes I got confused that some opponents would start asking me, "Have you offered a draw?" Something just to clarify. So that was the circumstance when one player said, "I offered a draw." Oh no, at least no. Sorry, my bad. Once again. So he thought that his opponent was offering a draw, and he said yes, or he just raised a hand. And then afterwards, they were analyzing, and then at some stage, the guy said, "It was complicated. I don't know why you resigned." And he said, "But you offer a draw." "No, I didn't." And then they were like arguing, and so from draw offer from one side and a win from other side, arbiter came and they needed to move on with the game. And you know what happened? The other one won. So they had all three results: draw,
In
win
one
from
game.
win from one
Yeah.
side, and a win from other side. I understand that sometimes they're playing. I remember, for example, during some Olympiad, Nakamura would say, "No!" Everyone hears that he declined the draw offer. That's also typical, for example, for some players, just to show how brave they are, that suddenly they get all the attention at the tournament. But as I said, offering a draw, somehow I was always not shy, but it didn't, it wasn't my best feeling.
Yes.
So what's going on here? It seems to me that Vladimir is just, playing all in, which probably suits Alexander. Suddenly he's getting a chance to score an important win because all three results are now there. He's winning basically according to the engine.
And so far, Alexander is the only one who scored 5.5 points. We don't know what will happen in this game, but in case he wins this game, he will be again first on the board after 7 rounds.
Ivan Šarić, when he was a guest here, I would say yesterday. I almost
You
said
see?
yesterday. No,
Now
I
you
almost said
understand me.
yesterday. I almost said yesterday. So 2 days ago, because yesterday was a free day. So Šarić has said he said that time that usually +6. So just to remind you guys, so if you are on 50%, then it's 0 plus. Each half a point above 50% is plus. So that means that you should win 6 times in the tournament and not to lose a single game. So he said +6 is usually that you are first. I think he said depends of criterion that, or at least that you are probably sharing a first place or getting a medal. Getting a medal +5 means that you qualify for sure, and then +4 depends of criterion. You can be like, I don't know, 12, or you can be like, 38. So this is the case. If Injic wins this game, so he will be +6, which means that if he can move on with that type of play, he will be first probably because of tiebreak criterion. I'm quite curious. Can we check Injic's career high? What would you say? Huh? What would you say?
For a pick
Injic
or?
pick, yeah, career high.
I don't want to make
Come
a
on.
guess. I'm
No,
really.
you
I will
must.
not be even
No one will.
close. I will not.
Come on, do it. Everyone wants that you join this game. Come on, say it. Injic, of course, won't be offended. He's a nice guy.
No, I don't want to give a guess for this.
Guys, you see, I'm trying to get her into the game, but it doesn't work.
What
so
do
I
you
will
say? This is your game.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay, I
you
will say
give.
it. So, Injic was 26-48.
Wow. 26-48. Let's
No,
see.
I'm probably wrong.
26-46.
You see, guys, I'm not so good.
You checked this.
No, I didn't. So probably Sandra would be more correct, but what to do? I'm trying. I cannot be perfect. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not so good, but at least I will move on with this type of guessing. So 26-46. Probably now he's already gaining some 15 points or even
Probably.
more, maybe even 20,
Okay,
maybe
he's
even
26,
20.
23.
15 for sure.
14.
Okay, so my
You're
bad.
so good.
Yeah, my bad. So
It's
he
fine.
will be already on similar rating, but he has some more space for improvement. Of course, winning with black against 2700, it's something. So this game is the game to follow. Let's get the camera. Let's get the board back. What's going on in this game? You might help me, Sandra.
I was curious about this game and the opening and this variation, because we saw that black played very fast, etc. So I saw that Robson played against De Oliveira a game in 2016, and it was same till 20 move.
So
I
here,
think there
Robson
is-
took, right?
Yes.
And then some queen somewhere. I don't
Queen
know,
c5, yes.
Queen h4, and so on and so on. And
Yes.
the game was
The game was draw.
drawn, so the Oliveira is also a grandmaster. So it was sort of known, but as I mentioned, these guys, they know everything. But now came a bad move according to the engine. So let's check the camera. Let's see how their posture and their body language is at the moment. So let's get the board number 2.
Yeah.
So let's see what's going on. Who is doing well? Okay, some perpetual around. I sense it. Let's get the board back. So what might happen? And now they are analyzing. Bishop takes, and there is a check, because if you come to the e file, then probably rook e8 or something, there is an issue. So let me think why queen b4 immediately was not good. Don't get it. Okay, he still can repeat the move. So some perpetual is around. And it's typical, tough games tend to lead to perpetual. Let's check the next move, next board. This is some crazy stuff. Knight rook to f1 was played. We can get the camera as well on the third board with the board. g3, d4. Cheparinov is playing all the main moves, but his opponent is doing the same, so kudos to Manuel. He's really doing great stuff, and Cheparinov is spending some time, but is this another perpetual?
I'm afraid yes.
So queen goes to e1, if you take, queen goes to e2, if you take, I take, and probably you cannot hide. Yeah, I was expecting that this game will be tougher to handle, but Manuel just made it look easy, so big kudos to him. And also this somehow doesn't encourage me, because if it's so hard to win the game of chess, even with this type of complicated opening, then how to win a game? Here, of course, the threat at some stages with queen e7 as well, yeah, but I'm quite surprised that black is so, is so confident to keep this one. So through those, this one we mentioned as well. So let's check how Bogdan is doing. So he's doing his stuff, so he will play forever. Warmerdam is pressing, and usually who plays French defense these days is risking a lot. So my advice is that you can play French defense, but let's say once in like 5-6 games, you play some Sicilian, you play some e5, then one French. Then again, because if your opponents are prepared, I think Simon was playing this against Ivan Šarić, and yeah, he surprised him a bit.
There is this sentence, who get used to suffer in life, these kind of players can play French defense.
Exactly, I agree. But also there were some players like Morozevich and Korchnoi who just play super sharp chess. Here is a mess. Let's briefly check some games. Anything in chat, some game which might attract. So Jaime Santos, he made a draw against Romanov. So Romanov is ready to fight for a win, but if opponents are ready to do the same. Chigaev is pushing. Sedlak against Vocaturo. Let's see how. Where is Jobava? Jobava is playing.
He's playing against.
Let's check Sofia. How's she doing?
Yes, we completely forgot about Sofia, and she's doing great. As I heard, she took her first women's grandmaster norm, and the rest of the tournament she has a chance to take in IM norm. So we will see what will happen. Let's see where Sofia plays.
She plays on an 18 board. There is a game. Yeah, she's doing quite fine. So it will be complicated for her opponent to win. Marc-Andrea Maurizi. Yeah.
She played for my team at the Serbian League, and what I can say about her is that she is very well theoretically prepared. If their opponents play variations, which she went through before the game, I think she never has any problems later in the game.
Yeah. Šarić is playing against Blockberger, and it seems that he's doing well. It was funny, he even told me that he was having a dinner with Borki Predojević, and Felix was around. They were like dining together, and at some stage they asked each other, okay, how many points you have? I have this. Hang on, we are in the same group. Which color were you? I was black, I was... Hopefully we won't play together, but then Borki said, no, come on, you won't. There are many players, and suddenly Paris come out while they were having a dinner, and then they're playing against each other.
That happens very often.
So Ivan is doing fine. Jobava against Attila.
Turkish chess player, yes.
Maybe it's a moment that you give us some insights about Turkish players, because it's hard to know all of them. Any
Exactly, I'll just use computer for some things I need. We have a lot of Turkish chess players here, and some of them are actually very young. We all heard about Gurel Ediz. He's a famous young Turkish chess player. He's 16 years old. Here he lost just one game the day before FIDE against Motilev. We were following this game. But what is interesting about him is that last year on European Men Championship at the last round, he played against Serbian Grandmaster Velimir Ivić, and he managed to win and to qualify to World Cup. And then when they played the World Cup, they met at the first round. And he won actually first game against Velja, but then Velja won other 3 games. So this is some
it's fantastic fun fact. Yes,
yeah.
they were playing last round and then first round.
Exactly. What else we have? Of course, Erdogmus. He's just 13 years old, scoring here 4.5 out of 6 without any game. Without any losing game. I think he was born at the same day when I am on 3rd of June, so I like when I see this kind of things.
Okay.
Yes,
cool.
Exactly.
So you're rooting for him. But then maybe when there is this FIDE person of a day, then you will never be on that photo if he becomes a world champion. He will always be on that day.
I don't think about future, just about today. Just joking. But what is for me very important to mention here is a player Kuru Attila, who is very young. I think he's 13 years old. I will check this one more time. What I saw is that he's plus 62 here, and his performance is more than 2,700.
Yeah, he's playing now against Jobava. It seems to me that he's holding convincingly.
Yeah.
I'm just checking this game. So to be able to hold against Badur, so young, fantastic. How is he doing in terms of?
He's doing perfect. 2,786 ELO points he got here. He lost just against Sargsyan in 4th round. A lot of wins, which I really like to see. He won 4 games, 1 draw against Van Forest at the 1st round. Probably this was a very good sign for him, and also it encouraged him. So maybe this was also important for him to make such a great result so far.
So all grandmasters. So Van Forest, Predke, to win with black is fabulous. Šebenik winning as well, very experienced Slovenian grandmaster. He's my generation. They're losing against Sargsyan. Then another Turkish encounter. He won against Gokirkan. Do you know him a bit more? He's a grandmaster.
I can check now. I want to be always sure before I say something. Those players are big names, so I don't want to make any big mistake. He is doing well. He is in minus with Elo, just 5 points, I would say so.
Yeah, I would say something.
Even Šarić won against him at the second round.
We have different type of players. We have many Turkish players around. For example, Gorkekan is quite known. He's 24 years old. These are players where basically we know that there is a limit that they won't become a world champion. That's most likely world champions, most likely. But there are some players like Dogmus, Gurel, Attila Kuru, for whom we don't know yet, and the limit, sky is the limit, so it's not clear to say. Usually also players here, as I mentioned, grandmasters, when they're playing against some players which profile is already defined, that you know that he's a stable GM, he's 20-something, so you know that probably you know his limits, then it's quite fun. But when you're playing against a player like 14 years old or less, then it's quite hard to play because you don't know which type of moves and whom do you play. Are you playing a much stronger opponent? How about you when you were playing like super young? Do you prefer to play against youngsters or maybe older players, or you don't mind?
Nowadays I prefer to play against older chess players. Because young chess players, they're doing incredibly good, and against a bit older chess players, you think that they are not so well. Actually, they are not preparing a lot, and you count if you play against them for 4 or 5 hours, maybe at some point their concentration will go down. So
yeah, guys, now I have a moment. I will ask you a question. You can write in chat. When Sandra says older, how old those people are? You can write age.
Let's see your guess
from which age she considers that you are old. So I'm quite curious if you start writing in chat. I have my doubts, but I'm not sure as well. So it will be very curious. I will be very curious to guess for which age she says that it's older as a player. So while in the meantime, let's check the cameras. Let's see what do we have there. Full screen. Let's go to the first board, how Injic is doing. Let's see full screen. It seems to me that Injic is doing well, but still Fedoseev.
Injic is also well known as a player who plays very fast. This makes even bigger pressure on his opponents. Besides that, he is a great chess player, so at this game he also has better time.
We mentioned some players having birthdays, so today Kamer was the one. As we know, congratulations, and yeah, we do expect Kamer to enter top elite. He's now, I think, somewhere 27, 30. So that would probably mean that he's close to first top 20 places, maybe more, and he's one of the top juniors. So happy birthday to Vincent, but we also have some others.
Yes, we have some others. From where to start? I will mention Bosnian chess player Kuraica. I think I saw that. Okay, it's
Larry Evans or who?
Larry Evans.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm checking
I mean
it
Larry
now.
Evans. It's not his birthday on this day, but I think he actually
Has passed away?
he
Uh-huh.
passed
Okay,
away.
sorry, my bad.
Yeah, on
Some-
15th of November. He was a very famous chess player, grandmaster. He won, I think, 5 times U.S. championship, but he was I mean, people knew him also as a second of very big name, and that's Fischer.
Bobby Fischer. Yes, I think if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, there was some photo of him and Fischer in a pool. They were like analyzing maybe some postponed game, and actually that photo was very cool. As you mentioned that you like to take a swim.
Yeah.
As well. So how about combine it with a chess set? Was this common that you're sometimes swimming in a pool and then analyzing with some friends or something? Is this common for you to have a chessboard on the beach? Or
I
at the
would
pool?
like to have chessboard everywhere, to be honest, but just for a fun in these occlusions. But I didn't. I had actually. Also, I met some people on my holidays. They were playing chess, and then I was like, "Can I play one game, please?" Then they say, "No, please." You know, I said, "Okay, one game. Is this chess clock?" And then I beat them, and they're like getting red and red and red. So yeah, I like these things.
I remember some photo when there was sort of how they call the bubble, NBA bubble, because of COVID time. And then Luka Doncic was at the pool and playing over the phone, and he said, "I use only my mobile phone to play chess."
Yeah.
So that's also combination. You don't need a chessboard. You can also play it online, but of course it's more fun when you play over the board, because this also invites some people to together to come. There is a very known novel of I think Stefan Zweig, chess novel or something, where he's writing about possible chess match and some chess champion, world chess champion, who was at the ferry, a big ferry ship which was going from Europe to South America, and suddenly he plays some chess, and then everyone gathers, and it's very cool. So this gathering over the board is quite cool. Back to Evans, yes, he was well known. I recall when Fischer has died in 2008, I was playing Croatian Championship, and it was funny, not funny, but it was nice because there was an organized traveling towards the playing hall, and it was in Split. It's quite close. It's a city on the coast, and all Croatian Grandmasters, because it was round robin. 12 players, Šarić played, and some others. I think it was even 13 players, because he became a world junior champion, and they added him to that round robin, although he was not a grandmaster yet. And Fischer died, and we got this info while we were actually there, and then suddenly you start to speak about it. Some older players, they knew him from some point of view. Kuraica was playing that championship, so he's now 70 something, so he knew Bobby. He was world junior champion in 65, if I'm not mistaken, ahead of Karpov. So
Yes.
Bojan was very good grandmaster, and suddenly we were getting some stories. Next year I went to play in Reykjavik Open. It was 1 year after, on an anniversary, 1 year after Bobby has died.
What is interesting is that he took. He became a world champion in Reykjavik, and also he died there. Yeah. And one more thing, that he died when he was 64, which we can connect with the chessboard, which has 64 squares.
Yeah, that's really nice. At that time, Spassky arrived, also Lombardy. So I was speaking a bit with Lombardy about Bobby. So it was cool. But I think Bobby was also connected. He was connected with Croatia. In Vinkovci, there is actually, that's a city where I was born. So I was born in Vinkovci. It's one smaller city, not close to the capital, but yeah, not also far as well. So Bobby was staying there because he got friend with one professor, if I'm not mistaken, Bilušić, and he would stay there for like 2-3 months. And I think he was even dragged to go to the airport and to go to Mar del Plata, Buenos Aires, since he liked to come to Vinkovci, because first few days people would get used to him, maybe catching him, but after some more days, no one actually was bothering him, so he likes to stay there. But he was also in Serbia a lot.
Yeah, he was. He played. There was, in Belgrade, a very famous match, SSSR against the rest of the world. There is not even funny fact, but there were battle who will play first board at this match, Larsen or Fischer. At the end, Fischer accepted to play second board, and in this match, SSSR won with something like 20 and half, 19 and half. It was, and what is interesting is that on first boards, the rest of world was better, and at lower boards, actually, SSSR were doing great, let's say. And in Belgrade at that time, every day it was more than 2,000 spectators, which they wanted to see this match. He also played in Montenegro on Sveti Stefan Island, match with Spassky, maybe 20 years after he played the match for world champion.
Yeah, 1992 return match. Regarding Belgrade, so Fischer has left this interzonal in Sousse in Tunis, and then he actually abandoned the cycle, and then he came back, which was like surprising in this world against rest of the world against the Soviet Union. And as you mentioned, it was funny how he accepted not to be placed on the first board. Eve was a captain, former world champion, was a captain of the rest of the world, and he was thinking that he would have like a tough time to negotiate this with Bobby, but Bobby said, okay, no problem. And I saw some footage. There is a footage of him entering the playing hall. You mentioned how many spectators, and you can find it, I think, even on internet when he was entering, how suddenly so many people, it was super crowded. But I don't recall what was the name of the venue. Where was it staged? It was in some kind of, I don't know, it was some playing hall, probably big enough.
I got this information, but I forgot, to be honest.
Yeah, okay, some things are changing. For example, during Tournament of Peace, which also took place in 70, actually Bobby came there after winning this famous Blitz tournament, Herceg-Novi, where he was crushing all the field with Korchnoi, I think Petrosian, and then he came to Zagreb. I think his result was that he won with margin of 4 or 5 points, which was incredible. And it's funny, suddenly you were reading this, I was reading about that, and suddenly I'm around here. So Herceg-Novi is quite close. Sveti Stefan is just like a few kilometers away, and it brings me some special feeling. So he went to Zagreb, and then first thing he was complaining about the light, and then he started to show his games from Herceg-Novi, those Blitz games. And actually, he didn't want to play in this Tournament of Peace in Zagreb. And they have found a substitute. It was an IM from Zagreb, Srđan Maragunic, and the guy was already printed on pairings and ready to fight. And Bruno Parma was playing that tournament. Bruno was Slovenian Grandmaster, very good one, playing for Yugoslavian teams, usually playing first board. Fantastic player, but he was not interested to win the games. So he would always play some games, trying to fight against Petrosian and all those heavy guns, making a draw or equalizing. When he wins opening battle, then he says, okay, now I'm satisfied with the draw. So Bruno was having a good relation with Bobby, and that was a famous story. So Bobby was complaining about lights, about playing call, prize found, and so on and so on. And he was sitting in his room, not interested to play the event. And suddenly Bruno comes to a room, and first round pairings for Parma versus Bobby. And Bruno comes to Bobby's room, and they were chatting, and Bruno said, Bobby, but you need to play. He said, no, I don't want to play. But Bobby, you know who would be very happy if you don't play? He said, who? Whom? He said, Soviets. They will start celebrate, because for sure one of them will win now the tournament. He said, really? Yes, let's go and play. So he took his hand, played, kick his butt, and win in like 20 moves and win the tournament with some huge margin.
What a smart strategy!
Yeah,
Yes,
that's Bobby. That's Bobby. Yeah, so it was funny. I heard some stories from Dražen Marovic. Greetings to him. He's a legendary Croatian GM. First, one of the oldest and most respected Croatian Grandmaster. He was besides Vlado Kovacic, who has won against Fischer in that famous game in French defense. So Dražen was at that time a friend with many players, and it was funny. Fischer was complaining that Soviets were preparing, making draws between themselves, saving energy, sometimes even pushing some players towards the top. And what I didn't know, that they were also preparing opponents of Bobby. And so Dražen was asked by Petrosian, can you go out for a dinner with me? First day, second day, third day, and then somehow, because of some duties, Dražen was saying, but I cannot do it today, I cannot do it tomorrow, let's go tomorrow. And suddenly he played against Fischer, lost, and then he said to Petrosian, I'm available this evening. And then Petrosian said, no need anymore. So they were even preparing opponents of Bobby. So that's why people are saying that how contribution of Bobby, it's very huge. Of course, people are saying that Kasparov is the best. Magnus even himself said that Kasparov has some better results overall. But this Fischer influence is quite high. Yeah, so there were like many interesting stories, and always I like to hear them, how it happened in those times. So yeah, this match and how you mentioned this Iceland, I think they got like a huge promotion, and what Bobby did was really huge for their country, because suddenly they became very important. One thing you are always mentioning, this ELO. Usually I say rating, but you say ELO. Yeah, so Dražen was saying to me the story, which I don't know is it true or not, that FIDE at some stage was not so developed. It was like small organization, and how this rating was implemented, this ELO rating. So they were having like 5 or 7 members, and they were like, there was some kind of board or whatever who was deciding about ratings, about venues, about some stuff. And there was a question regarding rating. There was some presentation or something, and they decided to adopt this rating case. And it was in 70s or 60s, I'm not sure, in 60s maybe. And then maybe 70, I'm not sure. I think that the meeting took place in France, and there was one guy, I think he was from former Yugoslavia, I'm not sure the country, maybe it was even Serbia, but I'm not sure, who was always sleeping during meetings. So the guy was coming there, probably a long journey, having some fun, and he was sleeping during the meeting. And there was some dispute regarding rating, to use it or not, this ELO and so on. And it was 3-3, I think, or something like this. And then the guy was sleeping, and he would usually be woken up. And then he would raise his hand, I'm yes. And it was funny at that story, I think actually this is how it happened. So the guy was sleeping, and suddenly he woken up and raised his hand, I'm for rating. He didn't know what the topic, and rating was adopted. So this is how
reminds me, we had some camp in Serbia for talented young chess players. I was there somehow, and one grandmaster was a coach there, and I was very sleepy. And I said, okay, I will just close my eyes on 1 minute, and that's it. And then suddenly I hear some noise, everyone is laughing. And then after that, he is a friend of my father, and my father said, Ducho, your lessons are so interesting that my daughter were sleeping. Yeah.
Okay, good. But let's move on to the
Something is
games. Let's check
happening.
what's happening. We have a crazy thing at Fedosev's game. Let's jump. Let's run there to check what's going on. Let's get a board. So we left around here. Rook b7, nice touch. Now, yeah, this is like Inji's cup of tea, and he loves to play this type of positions. So I don't believe that Vladimir can hold this one because he's just crashed. So let me try to calculate. If you take the queen e4 is decisive. Of course, queen is hanging. So the point is that here he's opening this check, and now black is thinking fantastic, fabulous situation, and Injic has enough time. Fedoseev is completely aware what's going on just before checking. Has something changed in other games? Not really, so we'll stay here. Let's go full screen. Let's see how things will move on. Injic final moments, he can give check with knight from g4 or from d3. What do you think, Sandra? Did you expect that this will happen? So easy win from Injic. Come on, against 27.
I didn't, to be honest. Fedoseev is, great chess player. So I thought either it will be a draw or they will play some long game with a big battle over the board. This surprised me, but okay, maybe it's not Fedoseev's day. There is this thing with the free day. We were talking about this on someone can affect very good, but you play tournament, then for one day you don't play, and it can just bring you to different universe. So maybe it didn't affect so great on Fedoseev somehow. I don't know.
I was saying this before. So how cruel is? So you're sitting on a 6 out of 6 and 5.5 out of 6, and you need to win with black against Fedoseev, and still be uncertain that you will become a champion. So what next you should do? Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let's say that this should be enough, but still it's not. So you will be 6.5 out of 7. If you lose games, 2, 3, you are out suddenly. So it's quite cruel, but okay. Of course, doesn't mean that Injic should lose this one. We forgot one player who was born on that day, on today's day. Is it David Howell today?
No, I wanted actually to ask you because yesterday when we had the free day, someone of these top chess players mentioned that it's his birthday of David Howell, but it was yesterday and we had a free day. And okay, for sure I didn't play against him, but I wanted to ask you if you have some interesting stories or you maybe played against him somewhere.
Okay, I'm following David because he's a very good commentator. He was commentating Global Chess League, some Magnus events last year, Club Cup. So it's quite interesting to follow him. Of course, he's also a super strong player. You can check David peak, but I think his peak rating was like 27, maybe 27.5, 27.7, let's say. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was even better. So he's a very strong player, and I think he still can show up some.
What did you say about
27.5 or 27.7?
27.12.
Okay, so he was even stronger, and still I think he can play super well. I'm following his game. He played in the Olympia and the sometime European Team Championship, and he's playing really long games, fighting games. He's always or many times the last one. Frankly speaking, yes, I played against him. Now I'm trying to recall. It was in Oberwart. There was a tournament, but he was very young, and that time he was just breaking through. I played some anti-Greenfield because he was known that he's playing Greenfield, and I was white, and I won the game. And that game ended up in a book of Halifman, well-known former FIDE World Champion, who was writing those books, openings according to Anand, openings according to Kramnik, and at that some stage he suggested this anti-Greenfeld, and there was a game Jankovic Havel when I played just like some exclamation mark move and winning games. So
Nice.
usually it's nice. How about you? I don't know. Have you been to maybe some chess informer or somewhere where some games were mentioned that your name was around in some article or somewhere? Have you noticed this maybe somewhere?
I didn't notice,
Yeah,
to be
this
honest.
is a cool feeling.
It can happen, but I'm not sure. So
Yeah, it's a cool feeling when there is your name and especially a nice game and suddenly you are the one mentioned, especially in books.
you know you did something.
Yeah, contribute. Okay, you didn't do it on purposely. You were like just playing a game, but suddenly people are saying, and especially in former times when there was this chess informer, they would put like novelty, and suddenly if you made a novelty, that was like novelty exclamation mark, and you won the game. So you are, and there was some like novelty of the year and so on. So you were like really a big name. What's going on? It seems that we have final moments, so let's get the board back. Some checkmate is around. Injic,
On a fire.
yeah, fantastic to be able to win against Fedoseev.
Maybe he liked our studio and interviews, so he's
Presses.
pressing, to come here once again.
Yeah, it seems he told me that he's doing quite well in Montenegro. They became European champion with him playing for the national team. You can please check these last European teams in chess results. Greek player I mentioned, so I'm pretty sure that was the last game of the tournament when he managed to turn the tables and win in like fabulous style, being lost and then winning.
In
Okay.
2023, yes? Yeah.
So he's just making some fun, playing Rook F8, fabulous stuff, and he's moving away, saying that I will checkmate you. He has spotted everything. Checkmate is coming. Fedoseev might resign soon. Last round result. You can just place it board or this player. This is Stamatis, board number 4. I can help you?
Yes. Sorry.
No worries. So Injic last round. Yes. So he lost against Injic, and Stamatis is now playing today. Can you please check, Sandra?
Yes, of
He's
course.
playing like board number 10 or something. Yes.
Yeah,
board number 8
against,
against Mamedov. Yeah. So I recall the face. I recall that he was completely okay. Maybe winning then lost. So it was really.
You have good memory.
What to do? I was not well armed with analysis, not having like super strong coaches, so memory was some part where I took the advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, someone is having other type of strengths, so memory is quite good, so watch out what you will say in broadcast. Some of them in next like 2-3 years I will say, but Sandra, you said that you like to do this or to play that. 2 years ago, you mentioned this.
I will be very
broadcast.
careful from now on.
Okay, so let's go full screen. Let's check how desperate is Vladimir. Anything in chat? People guessing now. I think we are with 15 minutes
They
delay.
are guessing about years. So Hubi said old for me is around 35 plus 40.
Don't reveal
Plus.
it yet. Let's get some more answers.
Someone is asking something about football. Who has better chance to win tonight? Croatia in Scotland or Serbia in Switzerland?
Okay, Croatia. I've been to that match. So Croatia was playing against Scotland in Zagreb. I took my kids, and it was like a roller coaster. Modric was playing, all others were playing, and basically we were losing 1-0 unexpectedly. But then we managed to win. first to equalize, then to score a goal, and suddenly we got a goal in last second, so it was 2-2, and it was crazy, but VAR arbiters, referees were checking this in their video room, and suddenly it was offside. So actually we managed to win that game. So now, and it was funny, when I was coming back from Global Chess League in London, I was sitting with the Scotland fans because they were going through London to Zagreb, and I was seated next. They were quite intoxicated, and they were commentating how they want to have fun and so on. And there are some football players who like to play chess. For example, greetings to Borna Sosa. He played now in Torino. He was playing for Ajax, and he scored a goal against Poland. He has some, I don't know, maybe over 1,000 on chess.com, maybe even more. And he follows all the games, candidates, tournaments. We are in touch. He comes to my VIP chess evenings, so he plays a winger. I think he will play today. We can even check. But I'm curious. Okay, not yet maybe, but in few hours I will get this info. Is he playing in the first team? Luka Modric will play for sure. And there are some other. Andrej Kramaric, who is playing for Hoffenheim, one of the best scorer in history of Hoffenheim, German club, but one of the best in league as well.
Where do you keep all of this information?
I know them personally.
I'm jealous. I don't understand.
Yeah, for example, Robert Prosinecki is here, coach of Montenegrin team. He played for Real Madrid, Barcelona, Red Star, winning European League. Oh, he also knows that I'm a chess player and that there is chess around.
Actually, you're organizer of some events in Croatia where a lot of influence
celebrities, VIPs.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, you know how I came to that idea. So sometimes people will try to promote chess by playing simultaneous game or invite people to simultaneous game. I don't want that you lose some potential fee that people don't invite you for simultaneous game, Sandra. But the point is that somehow those simuls are not boring, but people know that they will usually lose against Grandmaster, and the only point is maybe to play some longer game. But playing each other is interesting. For example, I don't want to play tennis against a pro, but I want to play tennis against some other, like Singer or someone, to see how good am I. Okay, we have a shake cake. And that's why I started to organize those VIP tournaments, and there are many football players, and I will name them a bit later, but let's stick here. Let's get the board just to check how this game ended. So around here, Injic played this rook f8, which was a nice touch, and then came this. He calculated everything that this leads to a checkmate, no way to defend. Let's go back with the camera, let's go full screen. Some chat is around, very nice sportsmanship and behavior from Vladimir. Fantastic achievement. So Injic is now sitting on
6.5
+6, which is like huge thing. And probably his best result ever. So right behind him are a few players, but already we have some drawn games. We have drawn over the third board, fourth board, fifth board. So that means that let's check the pairings. So that means that he can be catched only by Hovhannishan Svane, or that's it, I think. No one can. He cannot be catched, but let's say half point behind, so he will even increase his lead for a point, whole point, which will be huge. But also, you can be black at some stage. Suddenly, opponents press, and you are overtaken if you lose a game.
Yeah, that's true.
It was funny. I think ChessBase India did it. That they were following blindfold analysis of Magnus and Vidit now in India, in this tournament, and they managed to reconstruct what they are saying, and you have a board, and suddenly you see what they are talking about, which I think is a huge thing, but maybe it's an AI stuff, and yeah.
which kind of player you're after the game if you lose a game?
I mentioned this before, so I would like make even some small talk. Depends of your behavior during the game as opponent. If you were trying to provocate, to annoy me, then I would just handshake and leave. But always a normal handshake. I will never throw the score sheet, whatever. But if you were like normal, and also it's very important to know those manners when you can start, who is starting, and first sentence you're saying to your opponent after he has lost the game, what will you say? You can say something like mild,
Sorry.
or no, let's say that it was complicated from my point of view, and then it's some kind of neutral, and not to say, I don't know, yeah, you played very bad, or why did you play that move? I know that Korchnoi, for example, as a loser was awful, but that was his way
I
of
heard
style.
that.
Yeah, so I would maybe make a few words, run to my room. Let's have them maybe to see them when they are leaving. I will run to my room and yeah.
Yeah, I heard about part at the room, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Usually, but as I said, I was very, very focused, and I don't know. I realized that I don't have a team. I don't have like 27 plus coaches. What I can do, I can have a better motivation, I can have a good concentration, I can have a memory, and I was focused on that.
We didn't see Injic, we just saw FDC, maybe Injic is still...
But Vasily
observing
is here. Let's have Vasily in the studio. Let's have a second. C5. No? Okay. So we are back. Vasily Ivachuk is with us. It was a draw, huh?
Of course, he should play c5 here.
So maybe let's get the board. I was thinking that in this position you played Stonewall style. Let's get the board. So c5 is usually a reaction here. Maybe even in this case. How about this structure, Vasily? Is it good for white or maybe not? Okay, and many exchanges, and it was draw. You want to check some other game?
Up to you.
Okay, let's go to this game. You want to check this one or maybe this end game?
No, the first one.
Okay, let's check.
From the start?
Okay, let's do it. It was a messy game, but everything was played. So it was Sicilian.
Who is playing? Frederick Swan and Robert Hochenissen. Knight f6.
Okay.
It's theory, and now white has 3 captures. So bishop takes is possible, knight takes is possible, or pawn takes is possible.
Have you played this before?
No. I I had only one game with black, but after f4 I played d6 against Petrovac with black instead of bishop b4. I played d6 here. So b takes, it's theory.
Okay, I think it's theory, yes.
Yes. Bishop d3, logical. Castle, queen h5, logical. g6. Queen h6, so white wants h4, h5, as I understand.
So some reactionary center is needed, huh?
Yes, but after okay, he played d5. It's logical. So if h4, probably he wants to play rook e8. If h5, bishop f8. I don't see other idea for black how to stop.
He took on d6.
He took on d6 because h5, rook e8. Took on d6, a6. But now he wants.
Let me turn this off. You don't want, right? Yeah.
So he.
He played a6.
Okay, h4, rook e8. It's unclear, of course. Rook e8, maybe knight d6.
Here.
Yes.
h4, rook e8.
Okay, h5.
H5.
H5 doesn't work because bishop
You
f8.
don't want to exchange the queens.
Probably knight
So
d6.
what, knight d6, yes?
Yes, knight d6, bishop. If bishop takes, e takes, queen takes d6, and now h5. Now hg.
You can take.
I can take hg.
Okay.
And after queen h6, gf, and rook takes h6. It looks like very promising for white. So what else?
No, rook e8 is necessary. After h4, rook e8, and now we are
No.
knight d6.
Knight d6.
Okay, this is the position.
Okay.
Probably taking, but not to take on d6.
Yes.
Now some move. Queen f6.
Maybe queen f6. Yes, it looks logical, but yes, queen f6. It's logical move. I agree.
Okay, some rook b1 or what?
Yes, but after rook b1, probably d takes c4, bishop takes c4, e5, something like this can be.
Okay, let's move on with the game. E takes d6.
Okay, e takes d6 he played. So a6, logical. Bishop c3, e5.
Knight c7.
Just a moment. Looks interesting, just take on e5, takes e6, f6, bishop takes g6, but this is just perpetual check.
Can you show? So,
Just this,
yep.
e6.
f6, bishop g6 you mentioned.
Okay, maybe bishop d4 is also possible if takes, e7, rook e8. And d6 is hanging, so it's also can be question.
But I spotted some tactics. I don't know if it works. Okay, I take on d4, knight d4, e7. Is there any rook f7 in the end?
No, rook
Castles?
castles.
Probably not. Or
I'm not sure because king e6, king d7 is coming. Queen
queen
h6.
h3, huh? but probably
King takes e7. It doesn't look like.
it's not working, huh?
Looks like not. Yes, because king e6 and knight f5 after queen h3.
Okay, so it's not working.
So maybe even this is possible. But okay, black also can play f6 and probably bishop g6 and draw its maximum what I have white from this position.
Okay, let's move on, Vasily. Let's check knight c7.
Okay, he played knight
Knight
c7.
c7 after e5, knight c7, bishop c3, e5, knight c7.
Okay, knight c7 logical.
Takes the rook.
Okay, so white is rook up, but problem with coordinations. Bishop e3. Black has many moves. Bishop b4 is also possible, for example.
But that's a nice move, bishop e3.
Yes,
Stops a lot of things.
yes, maybe, but I don't want to say that. So if f takes, queen c5 he wants.
Yes.
If queen h4, knight takes e5, something like this.
Yes, this is how it was played, actually.
Ah.
There was some Robson game.
It was.
Yes.
It's already was played.
Yes.
So it's
So queen h4 was not played. So white was blitzing, black was blitzing, but white was not sure. Queen h4 was probably not played before. So this is some kind of...
so white was blitzing.
Black was blitzing. Black
black.
was blitzing, queen h4 was not played.
So novelty.
Yes. Okay, novelty or just to avoid some preparation. And now black started to think queen a3 probably is necessary. I don't know what else.
Okay. So
Because if you take bishop f4, knight goes to b6, right? So you need to...
okay, after bishop f4, just castle also.
Also castle is good, yeah. So...
Or knight b6, you are right.
Yeah. So queen a3, which is probably a good move. Takes, right? So now he can check immediately, but he didn't. So I'm curious, what's all about? Why not queen b4 immediately?
Queen b4 or queen a5?
Yeah. It seems that black is not risking anything, but he played e4. So what is the... Okay, maybe it's useful anyway to get rid of that pawn to include the rook. I don't know. It's not an easy move to me, but...
Okay,
Probably it's
bishop.
logical, yeah. And now he gave check, yes. King e2, interesting. I don't know, it's some kind of perpetual king c1, but king e2 was played. You're coming to rook e8, but don't get it, okay.
The king c1?
Queen a3, if black
Yeah,
doesn't want
maybe
any...
queen c3 also.
Even, yeah, I
idea.
agree.
If rook b1, queen e3 and take a bishop with some compensation.
Yeah, so he played king e2, rook e8. King g1, right?
Why not knight c7? So... and not knight c7. Queen takes c4 check and then rook e7 probably. And white still has
Rook e7.
Yes. Or rook c8 maybe. Or rook c8. And white still has big problem with his knight. Okay, so king g1, f5, rook b1. First to protect the bishop.
Queen f2, or queen g3, queen f2, yeah.
So, how to evaluate this endgame?
I wouldn't be worried with black, only maybe problem is that this 7th rank thing, but I wouldn't be worried with black, maybe I'm wrong. Black should be able to hold, but...
Okay, certainly.
Would you be worried with black?
I don't know. It's because very concrete position. Of course, without rooks, black is just losing. For example, if white can manage exchange rooks somehow, it will be terrible for black. But how to use this? This question. Okay, now this is rook b6.
b6 played.
Also rook c7, I was thinking, okay, rook b6, rook c8. Rook c8.
I think black will need to, I think this is the position we will get. Black will need to at some stage also solve this issue. I don't know, g7, h6 or to enter.
Okay, so it's obvious that only white can play for win. Black, I don't think so. So rook d1, rook d7, something like this. Rook d1 looks like very logical move now. Rook a6 he played. Okay, it's also. So if knight b4, he wants to play rook a7. If rook takes c4, something like rook d1 to create
now
threats.
I'm not so happy about the black position, huh? Looks tough. To activate the king, but king f7 or
Okay, king f7, rook d1, for example.
king e7.
Or maybe rook b1. Yes, rook b1 looks better.
King e6.
Rook b7. Okay, white is playing for win, in my opinion.
And this endgame, Vasily,
This endgame, pleasant for white, of course.
I think you played, okay, it was not the similar. You played this type of endgame. Okay, I guess Aronian, the pawn was on e3.
Okay, so white wants knight g3 and then bishop f5 or something like this.
How big is it, the advantage for white? Huge or?
In practical game, it's quite unpleasant to play with black, I think. From the start, what?
Okay.
Knight c6, this opening he played a3. Bishop d6, rook e1. So black could take on c3 and after b takes c3 to play e5. B6 also possible, yes. Yes, b6 also possible. So but e5 more concrete idea.
Queen h4, g3.
No, queen h4 I don't like, so...
It looks better for white. g3 takes on d5, bishop f4.
Yes, it looks... So this queen h4, queen h5. Rook d1.
Oh, yeah, as you mentioned, he wants to knight g3, yeah.
Yes. Yes, you are right.
Yeah. Okay, Vasily. Thanks for joining, guys. Short break. Velja se bori, a?
Kako je kod njega? Ali malo bolje.
So, we are back. I have a leader and the biggest star of the tournament currently. Congratulations, Alexander.
Thank you.
Everything goes your way.
So far, in general, it seems to me that Montenegro and Budva especially is my lucky place. Previous year, Serbia won European Championship. Now I am having a great tournament, so hopefully it will continue that way.
So, yeah, okay, try to find a sponsor, organize a World Cup here and qualify two candidates, and that's the
Or
system.
maybe Grand Swiss or
stuff
like that.
Yeah, do it. So let's get the board. So opening was Nimzo.
Yeah.
We will get the board around here. He stopped for a second.
And actually, I was mostly expecting the modern line with A3.
Okay.
Instead of this.
Instead
and,
of E3 or
no, E3.
E3, okay.
Like castle, bishop D3, D5, takes, and now A3, bishop D6, queen C2, and it's a pretty topical line. And usually there are lots of crazy positions, even with the long castle for white, and I was mostly expecting that.
Yeah, even Sokolov was playing this type of positions. And it's I know it. Even Magnus was playing with black. But then came this B6, and he started to think.
Yeah, but also for me it was a little bit strange. I started spending some time. Because even though I play Nimzo for a while, I cannot say that I have lots of practice in this position. So I was a little bit hesitant with changes of structure, like should I go for idea with bishop a6 or try to keep the tension, or like c6 or try to go c5 in one go, and I was a little bit unsure about.
Usually people are sometimes coming with the bishop or to d6, playing some c6, a5, knight goes to a6, c7, or f. There are several type of
so
setups.
it's some kind of strategic battle that we were having, and he went knight f4 straight
white
away.
also can go to g3 and some stage wait with the
so
knight.
Lots of options for both sides, and with every move, sort of picture is changing in a way.
I was praising you that around here that after f3 c5 typical reaction, I was saying this to viewers that now usually in this type of position white goes all in and black counters on the other side. There was no Nanand against Magnus in the World Championship in Chennai, this type of stuff.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, usually it's typical reaction once the f3 is played, because a potential weakness on e3 starts to be a factor.
So I said that I don't know, even Šarić has told me that Fedoseev is a very tough opponent. It's some equal drawish game because he middle games he press. I said Injic is doing a great job because now it's all in position.
Yeah, and in general, in classical chess, I had a pretty bad score before this game versus him. And I tried to understand his style better, so I wanted to get some fight, even though in general I was satisfied with the draw, considering tournament situation. But I didn't want to sort of play equal position where I am maybe slightly suffering, because to me it feels that he is growing in confidence once position is risk-free and he can be technical. So for that reason I wanted
here, he sort of went all in, but it's not the best way for him.
Yeah, but also in general, to me it felt that king h1 is makes sense, because he wants to run away from diagonal and then to try to go for g4 at some moment. And probably what he thought that it probably just bad for me to take on d4, knight d5, and nice positional domination. And I decided to exchange bishops.
And it was good because you got this counterplay.
And for me it was strange, because I tried to anticipate it and evaluate this position before, and I wasn't really sure, like, is it equal? Is it potentially long-term maybe slightly worse for me? Because even though I have healthier pawn structure, those pawns on f3 and f5 can be very restrictive of the knights.
What do you do then? You stop asking yourself about perfect evaluation, you just start to play moves
Yeah,
because it's hard to.
To me, it felt that I have to go for this line because I didn't like other options, and at least what I was doing to me felt strategically healthy.
Okay. So around here, he played this queen d2 and
93.
And there was like
repetition, and I was probably gonna take it because in my mind this was around equal. And I briefly checked in my room, and it seems that it gives me some advantage.
Yeah,
which is
although it's not the easiest one.
Yeah. So in that sense, probably I would think a little bit more, but I guess I would take the
So did you expect it a bit, or this
rook cd1?
Yeah.
Well, in a way, yes, because I know that he's a very combative player, and usually he tries to put lots of not only pressure on the board, but also psychologically. So he likes those little moves, but it seems that he overestimated his position.
Let's put the question differently. So Alexander Ingic, if he's playing against, what is the rating difference, against 25-40 with white?
With white? Well...
Rook d1 would be played.
Well, Alexander Ingic had lots of similar bad moves, so probably rook d1.
Yeah. Okay, so this is also your type, your fighter.
Yeah.
As well. Okay, so b5 came, b3, and you mentioned that he missed in this position.
Not here.
Not yet.
Yeah. Here, and I went queen b6. To me, it felt that bishop f6 is not a threat, and it's very important to move away from the pin, and at the same time attacking.
How about this moment? Have you all maybe felt that that's it? I'm
no,
getting not yet.
No,
okay,
actually, to me, it felt like I am maybe better. I thought I'm slightly better, but like this valuation is pretty much a surprise.
Okay.
And then I played rook b7 with idea of double, very sort of natural. And I was anticipating certain move orders, let's say, I don't know. Why I played rook b7 is that now if he goes for, let's say, knight f4, I can take, and
sorry,
take an f4.
Oh, f4.
Yeah, and he takes, let's say, with the queen or with the bishop, or maybe with the bishop, but let's say with the bishop, because if he takes with the bishop, important point is that I can double the rooks, and he's not in time to exchange on e1 because it's hanging on d4, and he's not threatening checkmate. So that's actually very important nuance to my understanding.
Okay, so he went bishop h4.
Bishop h4, I doubled, and then he almost instantly, I think he played knight c3. And almost, I don't know, like a minute he used. But in general, to me, it felt okay, this looks wrong. Because the important point is that now I'm threatening b4.
Okay.
And he went, but the thing is here he missed.
Maybe calculating this.
bc4, but I have a knight. I was planning to go knight 5 f4, and bishop e7, rook e7, and I thought I'm much better. I didn't know if it was winning. It looked like because of domination of the knights.
Rauf Mamedov's knights, right? This is type of position he likes to play.
Yeah, and in general, knight is my favorite piece. So whenever I get the option, I really like to shuffle it around because to my understanding, it's a magical piece.
Okay, good, cool. So he went at some stage, he switched to knight f4.
Yeah, but here he realized that he made a huge mistake, and I also thought, okay, this must be winning because so many details are in my favor now. So I took queen d4. Yeah, here and now comes a...
How about this position? Have you felt that there are several ways or there is only one way?
To me, rook e2 looked one of the most logical ways because I'm even threatening maybe even straight away something like rook h2, queen f4, rook e2. But then once I realized that knight g4 is a very important nuance because if fg, queen e4 and I'm taking the queen, and if he ignores, I am just sort of going knight f2. And once he takes, now probably there are a couple of options, but I try to find the cleanest one.
This rook f8 already was played before knight g4 around here, but you noticed that there is...
before I played knight f2, I noticed that it's a very important nuance. Yeah, and I was not sure if there is any other way for me to win.
Probably there is, but I think this is the smoothest.
Yeah, and it's the smoothest and very important that I'm sort of hiding from the checkmate with deflection.
But this gave you probably some big pleasure. It's nice moves to win.
Yes, very nice move, and especially the checkmating net with the knights.
Yeah.
So it was a very aesthetic position.
Yeah, he cannot take because checkmate is on the back rank.
I put back, and now
there is
checkmate
no way,
is coming.
It looks like sort of effortless, but of course, before the game, during the game, the process is quite complicated.
Yeah, and especially with preparation, because he's playing many different lines, and overall it was a kind of a dream come true. How
I think that also other results are going quite good in your favor, but I mentioned this in broadcast. Okay, you can play one game bad and suddenly you lose, and again you are in some
especially
group.
it's like sort of too far away from starting to calculate or think about that. So far I am extremely happy with the level. My opponents are making huge blunders, which is also helping me, but...
Do you expect some messages of support which might put additional pressure? That people think that it's already over, but of course it's not.
I usually hate that kind. I mean, I'm quite okay with congratulations. I accept those, but like, it's all over. It's never over. I'm playing this game for too long. I'm sort of watching sports my whole life, and I don't think it's ever over until it's last game is finished and we can be...
Exactly. Stop messaging him,
Yes,
Alexander, with that type of message. Congratulations.
Congratulations is fine, but please don't ruin it.
Okay. Thanks, Alexander, and good luck in your next game.
Thank you.
Okay. So things are going super fast. We had Vasily. He has his way of watching games. I do respect this as well. It's always nice to hear what's he thinking about positions. He has made the draw, which is not easy result. But Alexander is doing great.
He is doing great, and yeah, I mentioned that probably he liked interviews with us, so he's giving his best to come here.
Okay, so that's nice. Hopefully we will see him more in some other places as well. But let's go to the playing call. Let's check what has left, how the other games are in progress. We have important game on the second board. So let's go with the camera there. Hovhannisyan is playing against Svane. And yeah, some big tension around, although only 2 moves left before the time control. How about you, Sandra? Do you like to follow this type of view, where you don't have 2D, but you see moves, you see board?
I prefer also when I'm trying to search games from some previous tournaments, for example Rapid and Blitz. I'm trying to find videos on ChessBase India, I think, and there are games with this kind of view. You can see both of players and you can see the position.
Okay, cool. I like to combine it. For me it's fine, but this one is maybe giving you some more tension. You've been to a playing call before doing broadcast. I was mentioning this, that I finished my career in terms of like active playing. I play from time to time, but I like to be around, and when I'm not doing a commentary, I'm more in the playing call, but you sense this tension much more when you're coming there. When you are like watching online and you are not present in the playing call, suddenly you don't feel that players are I don't nervous and there is a tension, but when you enter a playing hall, and especially me, I get some memories. It's really tough, guys. You sense, you suddenly feel some energy around that. You see how Frederick is now.
Even you can become nervous.
Yeah, okay. Usually, I'm not a nervous
Not
person.
you as you, but I mean
Okay.
spectators.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, I sense some tension. So he's doubling the rooks. It seems to me that still Black has managed to organize himself. But now, last few moves. No, actually, it's the last move. Bishop a4. Something has been said or not? Maybe some draw offer?
I didn't see. Did you see?
I'm not sure, but somehow the way how he has made the move, it looked to me that he has produced some sound. Let's get the board. Let's go, for example, to the board number 6 with the camera. Maybe we can go there to the bird view, because here some time trouble is around. So Deak, you can see him on our bottom left, is pushing against Victor. Let's get the board. Fressinet is walking around. I think that some players are finished, but let's stay this way. Last moments, they are both for half a minute. Six more moves.
White's position looks more pleasant so far. But that doesn't mean a lot. We will see what will happen. This is nice move, bishop f5.
White is better, but still the game goes on. And Deak has this history of flagging, so he lost this famous game which produced a heart attack.
Something happened with evaluation bar
Okay, he takes and he jumps in.
with the knight.
Deak is completely nervous, but he will spot this bishop d7. He took, yes.
Yes,
Knight d7, and now it goes to f5, I think now.
threatening few things, rook e7.
Knight f5 will be played, so he spotted this. He managed to outplay his opponent. As I mentioned, he has changed his style, and he's playing now some dull endgames. He stood up, very nervous, but still controlling the things. He left. He should not forget that he's playing a chess game. It's not.
He will not for sure.
Yeah,
This will not happen.
There was a famous story when one like amateurs, but they were like 20, 100.
That's amateur?
No, sorry.
I'm amateur?
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you're professional.
It's fine.
You're
I
professional.
understand.
No, sorry. Well, first of all, yeah, there was one amateurs. They were like having a coffee somewhere around the playing hall, and then suddenly the guy said, "We need to go. We are playing games." That's first story. A second story, how Croatian. I am Vladimir Bukal, older one. There are two. He went he met someone. He went to a bar, hit a bar, and then at some stage they were drinking a bit, and then he said, I'm playing a game.
Yeah.
So he forgot that he's playing a game. He ran to it was in Italy, he ran to his board. He was like 1 minute, and he managed to make the draw in a winning position, but managed to make a draw at that time without increment. So sometimes if you are walking around, don't forget that you are still playing a game. You might lose it.
So he's sacrificing a rook, actually not whole rook, but a rook for a knight on purpose? Is that, I mean, is so bad position that
I
he
think
had
he
to
blundered
play?
it, probably.
Okay, he didn't have a lot of choices, even if he played rook e8, to try to stop rook e7, again rook knight d6.
It
would
seems
come.
that that's over.
Yeah.
Deac has won the game. Anywhere else we have some time trouble.
And Deac will go to 5.5
Okay,
points.
here, what's going on? Black is winning. Samonenko is winning against Sargsyan, which is a huge thing. Last moments, 2 more moves. You can see them on our right. In the middle. A pawn up, but with much better position. I just heard Denis Kadric. He doesn't seem to be happy. So trash talk is different direction.
You can recognize that from his way of speech and someone asked, I guess it's about Ivanchuk, did he say it's logical if I agree? I don't know, you did interview, maybe they didn't think about the interview. People like Ivanchuk.
Yes, of course,
Of
he's a
course.
legend. 3 times world number 2, almost 2800 rated player, being top 10 for like 15 years in a row. At one stage, the way how he played, it was really, really fabulous. Probably one of the strongest players never becoming a world champion, including, for example, Keres, Korchnoi. Someone was saying Aronian, I don't know about that, but Vasily was fabulous. Here, they have passed the control. So let's check what do we have.
Should we check Sofia? Maybe?
Yeah, why not?
Let's see what is she doing.
Hang on, Erdogan seemed to be losing against Gabrielescu. That would be a huge upset for him because he was doing great. And yeah, he was just sort of, okay, this was played before. You know whom played this?
No.
This was played, I'm trying to recall his name. Was his Laurent or something? First round opponent of Pragnananda in the Club Cup. And he was showing me this game in the commentary, and that was played. He said that he was actually making those moves without a prep, which I was not sure, but he managed to win against Pragnananda, somewhere around here. Yes, it was the same game, I think. And then now knight c6 was played in some stage. I think it went a little bit different. Around here, maybe some bishop f6 was played. But I'm trying to recall. This way. This was the game, I think. Something like this. Maybe not exactly, but I'm pretty sure that some bishop f6 was played. Maybe
They
not
came
in this.
to this type of position.
Yeah,
Okay.
the pawn was on c6 and Prague lost, which was a huge surprise. So here, Erdogan is struggling. Maybe it's a moment that we go in some regular order. So what do we have? We can stick with the camera to the second board. So Hovhannisyan is pressing a bit against Svane. Let's just check what has happened. I was analyzing this with Ivanchuk, and he mentioned that white is better. Here I was offering king e7, but this move was not played. Frederick took rook c7 route, and it was nice. I turned off the engine because Vasily doesn't like to analyze with engine. So he was offering some other moves. Okay, still it's sort of equal, but the game goes on. I don't believe that we will have anything else than a draw here. Then we can check. Mamedov has won against Tamatis, the player we mentioned who has lost against Ingic in the last round. Sargsyan has been outplayed, which is strange because he is usually quite tough opponent to play against him in this type of positions, but he overpressed and just being a pawn down, he panicked probably, and now he's just dead lost, but still there is some,
Hope, you think?
not just hope, but I think that there is some precision needed from black. Yufa against Dragnev. It looks like a dead draw, but still the game can go on. Rasmus against Iskandarov, probably a draw, but who knows. Hakobian against Malek, this is just lost. Gavril Chikaev is winning against Sokolovsky. Okay, very complicated games. We can maybe check out even. He is a pawn down, not a great position. Yeah, let's go full screen with the bird view and our entrance. What do we have?
Matthias said, I don't think Frederick will lose. He loves to play long endgames. And someone else says, I think Frederick have a chance to win. We will see what will happen, you never know.
Whom else do you see?
I see Ivic, he's sitting, thinking, probably not so satisfied with the game. I see Djukic Nikola, who is from Montenegro. He's just looking, he was looking at Ivic's position. Who else?
Yeah, okay, players are still fighting. This is one, no, whom I spotted, I was not sure. Okay, I see Šarić on our left. Let's change the camera angle. Let's see the entrance. Durabelli is just walking, coming closer. Anything in chat? Any
I just
remark?
mentioned that Matthias said that he don't think that Frederick will lose. He loves to play end games, long end games actually, and someone else thinks that Frederick have a chance to win as well. Sandra is back. Yes, I'm back. Alexander Ingic performance is so far 2,934. Someone gave us a help with this thing, Henrik actually. Thank you, Henrik. This is really incredible performance, and I'm not surprised since he's for now leader on this tournament. I had a chance to talk with Ingic yesterday on a free day, and I asked him some casual questions. What is interesting fact is that on previous European championships he didn't play so well. He said that overall maybe he lost like 60-70 ELO points on all European championships, so he is quite happy that he is doing well here so far.
Okay, let's go Birdview, let's check how the situation looks from this side. Somehow I'm feeling a little bit more drama. I see that Sedlak is making moves, fighting. Very tense situation on our left, where Svane, Rasmus is trying. Here also on our right, some players fighting. We will see if we will get some guests. But yeah, tense moment. Let's go back with the camera to our second board. How
Guys, you can also recommend someone for interview if you would like to see, and we will try to get them to our studio.
Yeah, who will say no to our gorgeous Sandra or maybe Lena? I'm just curious to check.
We'll see.
Yeah, is there that a person who will say no? Okay, tense moments. And suddenly we have some, I would say, some clearer picture what's going on in the tournament. Some players are really struggling hard, but we already see some players who are really doing well, getting some points, earning rating and fighting for top spots. Don't believe, okay, usually those championships, they brought some players like winning few games in a row and ending up in top, coming as underdogs in the end or from the bottom. But probably we already can say that some player of top 5 boards will become a champion. What do you think, Sandra? Do we expect that someone out of the top at the moment, let's say top 5 boards, that would be like Ingic, Kokanishyan or Svane, Cheparinov, Donchenko, or is still possible?
Yes, I think someone of them will, of course, most of them, let's say, should take their spot, but probably someone from, for example, if we look now at the pairings from 10th to 12th to 20 board, will also come to, you see, for example, Van Forest won a game, he had 4 points, now he's 5, it's very easy to
yeah, Šarić, if he wins and he's winning, he's finding this way. We can stay to that board. So let's give us a board. We can combine it with the camera of this game, if we have this option. So let's see how Šarić is doing. Is he's able to find this winning move, which is Bishop H7. You mentioned that he will find it for sure.
I'm sure. I would give some money to bet on Šarić.
Yeah. Okay, so I see that
That's how much I
that you are
believe in
spending
him.
money quite easily. Okay,
Yes,
good
of course, money is for that.
purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bishop H7 and then King comes to E4, E5. Splendid moment. I love it actually. How the game might end up And what I'm saying to my students, you mentioned, am I giving some lectures? Yeah, I do. And I'm saying to my students that when the pawn is one move away from the promotions, then some miracles might happen. So always to be aware that it can be tricky, and some invisible moves or some concept which looks like surprising might be around. So always, yeah, search for that type of things. I'm mentioning this, what is the reason why top players tend to find this type of things. The point is, first, when you start playing chess, you lose a queen and you lose a game. Then you lose a rook and you realize that rook is important. Then you lose a light piece, knight and a bishop, and you suddenly realize, bravo Ivan, and you got your money.
I told you.
Yeah, bravo Sandra. So this materialistic approach, sometimes even a pawn, you realize that you shouldn't give material so easily, so you should be quite careful in giving material, but suddenly you got connected with it, you got those bonds become much stronger, and you tend to play moves only on available squares you control, and suddenly instead of playing on 64 squares, you are playing only on available squares, and you will lose the feeling of playing moves which might be killers or important moves on those opponent squares, and usually these are the hardest, and let's call it invisible. But the thing is that you open your mindset that you believe that there is some like a very strong move, but how to be ready to find them is the first you need to analyze factors, and when you know factors which might lead to that type of winning moves, then you will find them easily. Nice played by Šarić. We have
One more, king f6, and
yeah, okay.
I got the bet.
I agree. King h7, king f6, and that would be it. Yeah, someone is mentioning about Alexander Ingic performance. It's really quite high, 2,900. Probably he won't keep it till the end, because that would mean that you just need to win. So when he starts making draws, or maybe even unfortunately for him, if he loses, then of course performance drops a lot. Do you recall maybe some of your performances, the highest? Do you tend to remember that type of things?
No.
Yeah, I understand. I was never playing so well. I think my best performances were like 2750, maybe.
That's well.
You know, somehow I wanted to break into this elite, so I'm always saying that my 2597 career high was not good enough. So yeah, when I'm seeing like 2900, okay, of course not the finish, the tournament is not yet finished, but yeah, 2750, I think I scored several times.
We should be smart to know with whom to compare. So if you're comparing with the Ingic, which is on fire on this tournament, then 27 and
yeah, 2750
50 is not so great. Yeah. But otherwise, if we look from realistic.
But now I'm trying to qualify, score 6 out of 6, and that tournament probably performance maybe was.
It has to be much more.
3,000 something. So I was not counting those IM tournaments. Yeah. So king h7, and now this shouldering. Which is probably, maybe it's not needed. So if king takes h7, do I, I cannot play this, because now there is this tactics.
That was my move.
Yeah, and then suddenly a3 comes, so you need to come to f6.
He has 22 minutes,
yeah.
He will find this.
And now there is no king g7, there is no move. So king f6, shouldering at its best. Actually, this is very important. Chessboard allows that, for example.
Restricts a king, black's king, doing two things at the same time. Yes, coming closer to e7, but also pushing black's king to stay at the corner.
It's very important to understand chessboard that this is the same route as this one. And by playing this route, that you are shouldering your opponent's king, which it's very important topic in rook's endgames, in pawn endgames, not allowing your opponent to come in front. I would say that one of the main end games where this is important is rook against the pawn. Sometimes, for example, if you have 3 pawns and you're fighting against opponent's bare rook, you should come with your king in front to be able to shoulder your opponent's king and to be to come to support your own pawn. So this shouldering is very important.
Pawn endgames as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shouldering it's one of the most interesting chess topics. And now king f6. Shouldering at its best. Good job for Ivan. He will remember this game for a long. Very well played. We can maybe even check what is happening in this game. It was some Italian.
Oh, very
Your
interesting.
favorite position. Yep. And Ivan has matured in terms of his style. Before he was just playing crushing chess, but he can also now play some end games.
He's experienced chess
So
player.
he
He was
sacrificed-
first in Europe.
Yeah, European champion in 2018. The guy who is leading in classical games against Magnus, 1.5 against a half. So he won in front of Norwegian Prime Minister. All eyes were on him and Magnus. Cameras. Okay, Magnus played that game well below his strength, but anyway, he sacrificed the pawn. He got crushed by Ivan. Croatia won 3.5 with 1 draw. Kožul made the draw, I think, on the last board. And then Šarić was playing in Vajkaze with black pieces against Magnus next year, and Magnus was well determined, and in the end it was long fought draw. So Ivan is now the one leading. Okay, the game will finished. We can just leave it, check what's happening on the second board. Okay, here maybe white is starting to drift. So maybe it's a moment that we have a break. What do you think? I know that people would love to see you all day long, but let's see.
We should have one break and then to come with even better energy.
I
than
don't
at
believe
this
that there is possible to find better energy, but maybe equal energy
Yeah.
is enough. Okay, guys, see you soon. So we are back. I have one of the brightest star of the tournament, Attila Kuru. Welcome. Yeah, you're playing a great tournament. Have you expected it?
Yeah, I'm expecting to play good, but I'm not expecting so good like.
So I will just remind the viewers once again. You played against Jordan Van Forest, top player, almost 2700.
Yeah.
Predke, you won against Predke 2650. Mate Šebenik, my generation, quite a solid GM, 2520. You lost against Sargsyan. How was that game? You were outplayed or blundered or?
No, like I didn't prepare the e4 and he just played, and in the opening I just played bad and I just lost in the opening like.
Okay, what to do? That's life. You move on. Then you won against your compatriot Goker Khan.
Yeah.
How was that game?
Yeah, that game is just so good. Like I just outplayed him. I just made 3 brilliants. That was a good game. I just sacrificed the knight. Yeah, just very good game.
So and then after that Momchil Petkov, and today was Badur Jobava. Let's just check the game. People would like to hear how you think or your thinking process. So you're black. C4. Jobava is a legendary play. He's my generation. Very creative. Have you expected C4?
No, I'm not expecting c4. I just look at d4 like some Java Londons, and I just look at with b3, but I'm not expecting c4.
Okay. So C4. You played C6.
Yeah, in this opening I played with the white, and I know some theory, and I like the pawn of opening, and I just played the lines.
So knight C3, pen, knight F3.
a6.
So you didn't want to go for bishop G4.
Yeah, bishop g4 like he's a tactical player, and I just don't wanna like mess the in the opening, and I just know the a6 like solid.
Okay, so he went H3. You can tell me when you were like out of the book.
Yeah, in here like I'm not waiting h3, but I looked at the Mustafa Yilmaz Adil Hüseyin match, and I just said bishop f5 is just fine. I will just come my bishop.
Okay, he played bishop G5. You took on C4.
Yeah.
E6. D5. Surprise or not?
Yeah, not so surprised. Like g4 is not a so easy move by human.
So he played D5. You took. Exchange, and now this bishop B4. I think this is important move.
Yeah, if I not play this, I will lose. I think.
So bishop G4, King F1. So how was your feeling now in this position? It's
Yeah,
not
king
standard.
F1 yeah, not standard, but I just said it is okay. Like the machine says queen b2 is like good move, but not so easy for human. Like queen b2, some knight c7 checks, like some chance for the boat. But I'm not sure. But I play just solid
Queen
move.
D6, okay. A3. Queen E1. Okay, and bishop F2. Was it a hard move for you or not?
Yeah, I just look at bishop f2. If he come king f2, queen c5 check is losing for white. Yeah, if he come queen f2, bishop c4 castle is just losing for white too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he plays.
Yeah, and I just said knight e4 is only move, bishop e1, knight d6, king e7. I just said like f e6, knight b7. I'm not sure if I just played king d6 because like e6 pawn is a little bit weaker, and I just play king d6.
And you have this nice place for your
my
bishop. So you play bishop g3, king e2.
Yeah, I just played in this move. I just played very bad move h6.
Why?
Yeah, because I'm giving him like tempo. Like I'm just thinking some moves later, like knight g5, like some knight e4, bishop a2, knight f7 chances. But I can just basically come my rook. That's
Rook
easy.
f8 or whatever. Yes.
Yeah.
So you play h6. He play rook c1. He anticipates that you might go there, right? Or
Yeah, like I'm not sure if I calculated, but I go to the king e7. That's
okay.
Yeah, maybe this is a mistake. I'm not sure if the king c7, like some
King
bishop.
c7 probably some knight or somewhere.
Knight d4, bishop d5, some moves. Like king b6, rook c3. I didn't like it so much.
So you play king e7.
Yeah.
Okay, rook d8. It was drawish, but still the game goes on. It's not dead draw.
Yeah, some chances.
Okay. Were you happy how you deal with this G5 and everything.
Yeah, I just say this must be draw. Like I just say this will be draw, but not so easy because he's playing for win.
Okay. So you wanted to get into opposite color bishops, or you didn't mind that you get into this position?
No, if he did not take bishop c6, I will go for the
opposite
color bishop. But this must be draw. Like he just take bishop c6, and I just said if I push c5, then that will be a draw.
Okay, so we play rook c2, rook d6, check, check. You hold this one quite convincingly. Black is fine, it's not that.
Yeah.
And then c5 at the right moment.
And
Now he needs to think a bit.
yeah,
You
if
can
he
build-
not come knight d4, I will play for the win.
Okay, so he played bishop d4, knight d4, you exchange, and now it was just a draw. So it's nice. You are doing quite well. You said that people know that you are a FIDE master, but you are already an IM, right?
Yeah, now I become a international master.
How old are you exactly?
13.
When will you have a birthday for 14th birthday?
In April.
Okay, so still, you're doing great.
Yeah.
What is your ambitions to become grandmaster soon?
Yeah, it will be good. Like I'm training for the GM, but like if I play good in this tournament, in this tournament, I want to go to the World Cup, but that will be so hard. But I'm trying.
The way how you played, you showed that you can play at that level, so you
Yeah.
just need to move on. Who is your main coach? With whom do you work?
I'm working with so much coaches, but now it's mainly Borky.
Borky Predojevic,
Predojevic,
okay,
yeah.
and someone else?
Yeah, in the past, I'm training with the Dragan Solak.
Okay, Turkish grandmaster.
Yeah, this girl's
Okay,
yeah.
so are you? I saw that during breakfast and the evening you are all together, Erdoğan and Gurel.
Yeah.
So they are already grandmasters, 26.
Yeah.
Do you want to catch them soon?
Yeah, I want to catch them. Like they are my friends. Like they become a GM, but I want to become a GM too.
So how is Turkish championship? When you play Turkish champion, you play under 14?
I have like 13 years old champion. I just played 2 or 3 times, and I won Turkish championship. I become a second, but I didn't won any Turkish championship in my age.
Okay, it's not easy.
Yeah,
it's
not easy. Like I just go to the World School Championship 1 year, and in that year, Yazkan's go to, and I just I didn't won like.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
easy, but
it's
anyway,
easy.
you are improving steadily. How the first time in Montenegro?
Yeah, Montenegro is like good still, like, but today is so windy.
Yeah, it's very
so
windy. And
yeah.
where do you live? You come from Istanbul?
Istanbul, yeah, I just come from
and
Istanbul.
some plans? You have already some tournament in mind? Will you go?
I'm not sure of that, but I will look so many tournaments after this tournament. I'm trying to become a GM.
Okay,
Person.
okay. I know that Ozgur Solakoglu is also involved and he's helping, so it's good that you can support. Greetings to Ozgur. Okay, Attila, good luck, and you are doing great. Just keep up with this, and yeah, we will follow your tournament.
Yeah, okay. I'm hoping tournament will be go good.
Okay, guys. And we are back, our usual setup with me, Sandra. Sandra, those kids are really brilliant.
They are.
Yeah, how Attila was actually, yeah, I don't know, somehow treating his situation that everything is normal, but basically winning against Pretke, making draws against Fun Forest, against Jobava, so huge.
Yeah, okay, I mean, he will approve his performance here in the future. I am quite sure in this, and I would like to see that he was speaking about chess in so enthusiastic way, and we could recognize this.
Yeah, but let's run to the second board because we have some interesting twists. So let's see how Robert is doing against Frederick. What has happened there? Really crazy game. We were analyzing this with Ivanchuk, and actually Vasily was saying that only White is playing for a win. Of course, I'm not the caliber of Vasily, don't want to say that, but I have this experience with two pieces versus opponent's rooks. So usually I was the guy who was playing with piece against the pawns or two pieces against rook and pawns, and I believed in pieces.
Me too.
Yeah, so somehow they tend to coordinate at some stage, and White has misplayed it badly, and suddenly Frederick was doing great. We got some comment in chat that Matthias was saying that Frederick, he loves to play long end games, which is something which goes also along with Sandra's way of play, right?
Right.
So long end games, last in the playing hall, quite common in your play.
It is. It is.
Okay, we don't mind. So bishop f7, they were moving around. Vasily has said if black exchanges pair of rooks, he will be busted. So it's very important to keep them, since the main thing is why it's important not to exchange a pair of rooks, because then opponent's king cannot be safe, and opponent's king cannot penetrate and support the pawn's movement. So that's the reason why you don't exchange pair of rooks. Okay, knight d6, slowly by slowly, g4 sort of panic. So slowly by slowly he got outplayed, and g5 played. Engine is screaming that rook e2 should be played, and then some bishop c4. If you go up, you will get checkmated, which might not be easy to spot, but is of course still not hard as well. So king g1, g5. Actually, if I would be black and being able to set up this position, nice knight's placement, I would be quite happy.
Yeah, knight got
Yeah.
outpost square and it's supported by pawn, so it can stay there forever. It depends of course, black's decision.
Now let's say that we get rooks off the board. Suddenly white king is safe enough. It can start penetrating. So this is the reason why exchanging pair of rooks doesn't help black, but it helps white. Okay, still Robert is a player who can hold, but suddenly we are getting an interesting fight.
Yeah.
What's your feeling? You are a good bettor, so you like to, not that you like to bet, but you can guess
Here
it correctly.
I would not bet, but I think that black will win a game. I mean, from my perspective, also I believe more in black's position. As you mentioned also, I prefer to play with two pieces against the rook. It depends which kind of position. We know less pieces. It should be better for a side with rook, yes? I mean, with the rook against two pieces. But as long as there are more minor pieces, there are more chances for a side who plays with two pieces to win a game. In this concrete position, it's easier for black to play, I would say. Passed pawn is still on c3, which doesn't afraid black, and yeah.
Let me jump somewhere to show you one important thing. Maybe you will use this also for your students because you're a good lecturer. So e4, e5, bishop c4, bishop opening, knight f6, d3, c6, knight f3, d5, bishop e3, bishop e4. This was played in the game Carlsen versus Caruana in St. Louis. You recall this famous performance by Caruana, winning 7 games in a row. It was, I think, in St. Louis. But this was the third best, I would say, performance, best achievement. You know which 2 best performances are on the first and second place?
No.
First one is Magnus Carlsen in Zagreb, Grand Chess Tour, and second is Hans Niemann in Zagreb, Tournament of Peace. So, and then only Caruana is on the third place. So it went this way. Bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop d6 is a possible move. Now if you played queen d4, takes, if you take on d2, there is knight d2. So he played taking, castles, d takes e4, queen e7. I will switch on the engine to give you this. So this is the position. And why I'm showing this, to explain you about rook against 2 pieces. Queen f4, and now it seems that this is a mistake because of knight h5. And to be able to defend the knight, you need to move away the queen. You can take on f7. For example, let's say takes, 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 takes. So usually this position is better for white, since white has 2 connected pawns. White can sometimes have 3 connected pawns plus a rook against 2 pieces, but if they are not 3 pawns, but if they are not connected, then it's easy to fight against them. So it's very important to have them connected, and then you can pass with your king, come with your king. You will have a piece which will control the dark squares, and you will play pawns, place pawns on light squares, and you start rolling your pawns. One of the best moves in history of chess. I love it. This is my favorite. So here after bishop f7, black plays king h8, and now white should make a move. If he moves a queen, he will drop the knight. So basically there is no way to hold this knight on e5. Actually, you can stop for a while and try to think yourself which is the move. Actually, it was played even in some regular game, even in a correspondence game. Now comes the most beautiful move I've ever seen in my career, is queen g3. I love this move. Wow. This is what I'm showing to my students, and if you take, then you will get checkmated. So in the most complicated position, suddenly your queen is attacked, and suddenly you are leaving your queen.
Still is attacked, yes.
But this is a solution. And after rook f7, you can take. It's not the same thing with the queen. What is the difference? Because when the queens are on the board, or I don't know, some queen c3, whatever, then you cannot easily start rolling your pawns because you're leaving your king without a shelter. So if it's an endgame, it's much easier to start rolling your pawns. So usually endgames favors side who is playing against the pieces. But here also there is a cool move, queen g5 and so on. But very important, first of all, very important that you have connected pawns and that your king is safe. So going back to our game, so around here, what has happened in the meantime? So king was weak, and white opted for a drastic measure, and he sacrificed the exchange, trying to get into rook and a bishop against a rook. But basically here maybe it's not achievable. You can play this, and maybe I won't surrender this one. There was a game in the Club Cup. Was it a Club Cup? I think it was. It was game of Stavroula Tsolakidou, who was maybe Goryachkina against Tsolakidou, and it was a draw. Goryachkina was so fed up with the position, she just sacrificed the pawn and played a rook against a rook and a bishop.
It's theoretical draw.
Yeah, but
still you have to know how to hold the draw.
Yeah. Okay, this game will
end in
move
draw.
on.
Yeah.
Okay, still, I'm not sure. So we can check for a while. Will it be some kind of immediate draw, or they will just move on. I don't believe that it's easy to attack and to conquer the pawn. So this is the main difference. So let's go full screen. We will sense. You have this sixth sense?
No,
No? Why not?
I don't know.
Yeah, it usually helps.
Yeah, it helps. Right now, I don't have any. You mean about this position
No,
or
in general.
in
you
general,
have
I
sixth
have.
sense.
Yeah.
How do you
yeah,
use
my
it?
intuition is very strong. I hate sometimes my intuition. I can connect intuition with the sixth sense. It depends, but it should help, of course, in chess, but also in life, in many different kind of decisions.
Should I stop asking? Is it the time that I stop asking?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So,
Thank you.
rook and a bishop, immediately he sacrificed the pawn, which is cool. So he wanted to end up in this position. I showed this Philidor win many times. I will show it once again. You were not present when I showed it third day. Lena was
I
here.
asked you and you said I was showing this few days ago, but I would like to see.
Okay, let me adjust the position. Hang on, give us a board. And I will once again repeat the story. So, Fabiano Caruana was playing against Svidler, Peter Svidler, in the candidates Huntim Assist. It was 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, or before, I think it was 16, and in penultimate round he's white and he's getting to these rooks and the bishop versus rook, and he managed to outplay Peter and got into winning position, Philidor position, but he misplayed it. I will show why. And then in the last round he needed a win with black against Karyakin. He lost the game. He played my Rouser and he lost the game, and Karyakin qualified to a World Championship match against Magnus. You recall, guys, that there was this famous Queen A6 sacrifice with the checkmate in rapid tiebreak. But if Caruana had managed to win that one, in the last round he would need a draw with black pieces, which is completely different strategy. You can play Petrov, you can play Berlin, and then the ball is in white's court, in Karyakin's court. So why he misplayed it? So let's say that I get the position. I will try to adjust it. Hang on, I will need some kind of. Okay.
Let's check comments in meantime. Okay, there is nothing.
Let me do it. Which way? Let me do it.
Svan is winning.
Okay.
There is a comment.
Okay, I will now play like the worst version. I don't know. Let's say to get you into the position. Okay, basically, sorry. Yeah, that would be it. So the point is here, if black plays this, then white is defending. If black plays this, white is defending. So I told you during European Club Cup in a bar, Jan Smets were there, and they were playing this like blitz game, and then I showed this concept. So let's say that I play this. So you conquer the second rank first. So this is the first goal, to conquer the second rank, or like penultimate rank. The toughest defense for a winning side is that he comes to the same color of the bishop, so he goes to the seventh rank. Now you just make a pass move to force him to move the king. All other moves wins, but loses. But for you, it's important to remember the main line. When you know main line, then you will adjust. You will know that those other lines are quicker. So he plays this. Now what Caruana misplayed, he didn't switch the rook to the shortest side. So here is a shortest side with 3 lines, and here is the longest side with 4 lines. You need to switch the rook to the shortest side. So this move was not played by Fabiano. He immediately played this, which is not the right move. So that was, he recalled, and it was on the side. So sometimes there was one joke that one player, I think it was in Serbia, that he started to watch from the side because he only knew the vertical way. So rook g2, this is the move. So you need to work with the rook.
Checkmate.
So to remind you once again, you conquer the second file. You force, by pass move, you force opponent to come to the, let's say, last rank, switching to the shorter side. Then you force and you take a square of the rook to force him up. When he goes up, you improve your bishop position. And only now is test check. I call this test check. So when you improve the bishop, and this you will remember, guys, that you're improving your bishop by playing here and then back. And suddenly you have the same position where your bishop is already here. And now there is a test check. So this is very important that you recall test check. You give check after the bishop has been improved. Ah, come on, give me. And then after king f1, it's very important that you go here, to this side, to force him to come there. And this is the way how you are building a bridge. So now you give check. When he goes here, you go up, and you're building a bridge. So if I would need to remember, I don't recall, I was writing this to my students. So first, conquering the second rank. Second, by playing a pass move, forcing him to the last rank. Then switching to the shorter side. Then with bishop taking him, getting him to go up, to climb. Improving a bishop, test check. This move is sometimes hard because you give check here and you expect the action is with this move, but this leads nowhere.
That's what I suggested.
Yeah, so it's important that you move from a side and then go back, and that you remember that this is the way how you are building this check, by this check that you are building a bridge, and that's it. Okay, there are some ways what you need to know. For example, if he makes a bad move, I think, let's say, around here, if he doesn't play, maybe if he goes king f1, I think this is already just over. Probably this loses, and now there are some stuff, if I'm not mistaken, this type of stuff. Okay, but this is another story. So let's move on. And I was actually I was working on this a lot. You have this in our books. For example, if the black king is on b8, white king is on b6, and the bishop is on b5, and there is the same position, then it's drawn. You need to come out of this position and trying to transfer to this winning. It's very complicated, but I spent some time.
But the endgame is not winning if
it's drawn.
Yeah,
it's drawn, but it's also quite complicated. So you learned something.
Yes, thank you for this.
I will test you. So tomorrow, this evening, I will test you.
I was working on this type of endgame with grandmaster from Serbia, Marjanovic. I mentioned him, actually from Niš, from my city. He gave me just few lessons, like 4, and we were working on this type and something else. And I just...
But you have a great memory, so you memorized, right?
Right. I knew all of these things you just showed.
Okay, it's cool to have everything approved. So what do you think? Chances by some kind of body language? Let's go full screen.
Someone is wondering how you're never confused, as always there are beautiful women around you.
This is the most complicated thing, because I'm always trying to be like fully concentrated to say correct name.
You're doing perfect.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm not sure that I'm doing great, but I'm trying. Thanks, guys. It's nice to have Sandra, as mentioned, Lena as well. So it's.
We are also happy that we have you.
Thanks a lot, and in future ECU TV will bring you even better experience. You know, you have now resident commentators, so hopefully also things with cameras and everything will be improved, so that you will get a great experience. I know that our technician Serja will be quite happy if everything goes even more better in future.
A lot of draws today, but also we have few wins.
This game will take some longer route. Maybe we can find some guests, but in the meantime, let's stay here for a while.
It would be great to have some guests. Let's see if someone suggested any guest. We said. Oh, I just wanted to check because we mentioned that they can suggest someone who they would like to see still.
I got an info that Attila has conducted his first interview in his life. Okay, he's 13 years old, it's not strange. But he will get used to it. Yeah? So,
He did well.
Yeah, I
It
agree.
was like, it's not his first time. He's very sympathetic, young, his English is quite well.
So how about our questionnaire, our survey? So what is young for Sandra Djukic? Can we get this insight? We got some?
In terms of
Young-
chess,
I don't know. Never mind. Young
I
player or
mentioned chess, so I
okay,
will talk
then-
about players, and I will connect my answer on chess. I would, for example, maybe 45, 47 plus, something like that, or 50 plus. Okay, there are a lot of very young players nowadays who are very strong. Also, I don't consider 40 to 50 older, but let's say 55 plus. Why you're smiling?
It's so great. I love to see how you're trying to.
I'm trying not to,
come
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I was thinking. I'm 42, so not. I'm 41. Sorry, I'm 41, and I was thinking, yeah, what will you consider as a young player? So okay, I'm still a young player. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy to be a young player. You are also a young player.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
So many,
at the best age.
Yeah, many young players around. It's very nice to have young players in the tournament, and good. I think like 90% of the event is young. So great to have this young championship. So nice to hear this. Sandra, I will ask Lena the same at some stage. So I'm curious, what will she answer? Do you have some?
I will
something
not
in
tell
mind?
her to prepare. I will just be
come
quiet
on.
about this.
What do you
I'm also
think?
curious.
What will she say?
She will give, I think, almost the same answer as I gave.
That's not fun.
Well, we know each other. I know how she's thinking, and we are pretty much similar in this way. So that's my guess. Maybe she will say completely different or something completely opposite, but I think she will say something like 50 plus or something like that.
Okay, let's get back the board. So let's check. Do we have some games in progress? We have Gavrilescu against Erdogmus. Erdogmus seems to be complicating matters. We can also go bird view. Maybe we can spot them. It was nice to see Attila checking his compatriots. So that's board number 14, 15? 15, and you can see them. He's stretching a bit, Erdogmus, while Nikola Sedlak is checking their games, being in problems. We can get that board as well. He seems to be dead lost, but he's trying. Is Nikola maybe able to come out with a draw here? What do you think?
I don't think so.
Very tough.
I don't think so.
Have you played against him?
Probably I played on some rapid or blitz tournaments. I don't remember that we played any
You were not
classical.
inputting this in your chess database.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I can check my database. I think we haven't played as well. I would get it in the database.
Okay, I'm surprised with this. Not with mine, because I didn't play so many open tournaments where I could meet him.
No, I said against me. I think that we haven't played before.
Me and you?
Yeah,
We didn't for sure.
No,
I would
come on, Blitz
remember
and
this.
Rapid. Blitz and Rapid. So what's going on here? Basically, what is White trying? White is trying to stop black. king of coming, and this knight is in shelter.
But knight is very good defender, yes,
I
of,
agree.
of a king.
I agree, and you know that Injic has said that before, but also today, he said that he likes a knight as a piece.
Do you prefer pair of bishops or knights?
I was
Okay.
usually good with pair of bishops because I would put pressure. So I would sacrifice the pawn. Usually, if I'm having a pair of bishops, I'm not having a pair of bishops as some kind of old 55 plus grandmaster squeezing with two bishops in equal or like semi-equal position. That would mean that I already sacrificed some material, exchange or a pawn. So I was that type of player. If I have two bishops, that means that I'm playing on some initiative, not to squeezing in a slightly better endgame. Yeah, I don't believe that Nikola can come up, but with something. But he will move on with the play, trying to make Daniele's tournament a little bit or game harder. Can you check, please, how was he doing previously to this round? I think he started with some draw.
Let's check.
The second round or something.
First round,
Yeah, first
against Turkish woman player Aydin Gulenay. She's also very talented. I played against her last year on some league. I lost the game.
How old is she? Do you recall?
She's young. Let's check. I have to check. She's 18 years old. And okay, draw. Then he won against
2300.
2300. Yes. Then 2400 and.
But he lost against 2400, no?
Yes, you're right. You're seeing better from there than me in front of the computer.
Yeah, this is usually like games. Sometimes you see better from the distance.
And then he won 3 games in a row. That was very important probably for him. One of games is with Tadic Stefan, who is young, perspective Serbian player, international master. And okay, now he's having winning position against Nikola. 4th win would be very important for the second part of this tournament. We will see if he will manage to do that.
Okay, it will be interesting. We got this question just coming back. I was thinking how long those games will last, because as Matthias in chat has asked how Croatia will play against Scotland, but Serbia is playing against Switzerland, and that's also interesting. Unfortunately, Dejan is not playing this time. Our chess football player, greetings to Dejan, sunny California.
Dejan,
yeah, this time he was not invited by Pixie Stojkovic. So last time he played against Spain, first half. Spain is super strong. Serbia lost 3-0, that I know. So yeah, unfortunately without Dejan as one also of famous football players. Bruno Petkovic is playing chess. He's playing for Dinamo Zagreb, the guy who scored a goal against Brazil at the World Cup semi-final in Qatar. In additional time, he likes to play bullet. He sent me some mate in two puzzles. So greetings to Bruno. Unfortunately, he's injured, so he's not playing against Scotland today. But he's also one of the football players playing chess, as long as Silvio Maric. Silvio played for Newcastle, for Panathinaikos Porto. Silvio is my good friend, but probably the best is also a person whom I like to hang on, and we play tennis. It's Zvonimir Boban, a legend of AC Milan, at one, I think, and one actually survey, or there was some questionnaire. He was awarded as the best football foreign player of AC Milan. And if you know who have played for AC Milan, then you know that Boban was a fantastic player, winning 3 Scudettos with AC Milan. And these days he's playing like chess for hours and hours. It means that Vokaturo has won the game because Sedlak has just left. Sedlak was playing a great tournament, and suddenly he lost.
Yeah, speaking of all of sportsmen who are playing also chess. It would be interesting to make one tournament for this, for all of this.
Yeah, stars. That's what I'm
Stars,
doing
yeah.
in Croatia. Some other athletes were playing, some famous actors from Croatian side, and I think you could do it in Serbia as well, in some other countries. But this is my specialty. I love to organize that type of things. And there, for example, there was a Croatian singer. He was having a concert in front of 200,000 spectators. This band Prljavo Kazalište, and he said, I couldn't sleep for all night because I was considering myself as a favorite of your tournament. Also, for example,
Wow.
Damir Martin scoring three medals in rowing. He did the same. He said, I was going to a toilet 5 times last night before your event. Yeah, so they got nervous. Everyone wanted to perform very, very well. So I love to organize that type of things. So there are many famous athletes. We mentioned Mo Salah, we mentioned some others as well. Henry Kane, Musiala is playing football, even Pep Guardiola with Magnus, and so on and so on. So I think this is a huge promotion. Also Alcaraz, then Leclerc from Formula 1, and many, many. Actually, I'm happy that I met practically all Croatian athletes who are playing chess, and they are asking me when will you organize your next VIP evening. So I will probably organize it in 2-3 weeks. So that's my next step in Zagreb. They already asked me about the dates. Last time Garry Kasparov was there. Vishy Anand was during
As a guest, yes.
Yeah, and Anand as well. So they come and they say, but this is great, because suddenly they hear this guy played Gordon Giricek, for example, scored 27 points in his NBA debut. He played against LeBron and some others. Then suddenly there is, I don't know, Zoran Primorac, winning 3 medals at 7, participating at 7 Olympic Games, and so on and so on. So this is my favorite, I would say, event, VIP or celebrities chess tournament.
If you invite Lena and me to come as a guests,
As a player, celebrity chess
not
tournament.
as a players, but just to visit and to see how it looks like, it would be nice.
How could I say no? How could I say no? Yeah, what to do? I will need to invite you. Dejan was also in Zagreb playing this European Rapid and Blitz. So it was great to have Dejan, although he focused only on Blitz. I think you copy him in that interest, that you are more focused on Blitz than on Rapid.
Or he copied me.
Yeah, I don't know. You should guys clarify that.
We both like to play Blitz, Dan and I, of course, I mentioned that.
Yeah, but as I said, these days it's quite common. Ivan Ljubicic, coach of Roger Federer, former number 3, he even participated in Croatian League, scoring a win. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he played in second league or something like this, and he was very nervous. He played neither. He made a draw against MVL in some simul. Unfortunately, Borna Čorić, another tennis player, has lost his match yesterday in Lyon, in Challenger. I told you guys that he's chasing a seed spot at the Australian Open. He's around 19th place in the world. He won against Nadal, Federer, and many others. Yesterday was his birthday, and he lost, unfortunately, in the 3rd round of Challenger of Lyon. But he's also a chess aficionado, so there are several.
So, it seems that your analysis of rook and bishop against rook endgame was very useful for our spectators, actually followers on YouTube channel, because someone says that this was a very clear step-by-step explanation by Aloysi.
Thanks, guys.
I agree with
Thanks, guys.
them.
I'm trying to provide you some insights and some tips and skills. I'm really looking forward to follow Sandra's games, when at some stage she will get into this position, and then we will all root it, go Sandra, go Sandra.
And I will think, oh my God.
Yeah. So yeah, what's happening here? Has something changed? Okay, let's get the board. Robert, combine it with the camera. Robert is using this defense of running to another side. So if we move the king and the bishop one step down, it will be just easy win, the way how I showed. But if you stay in this position, then it's a draw. And guys, try to Google this game of Swidler versus Caruana, and then you will find out exactly what I was speaking about, compare it to my analysis, and then you will immediately see what has happened there. So the problem is with this position, if there would be only one side of the board that you can be catched only if your king is on the first rank, then it will be okay. But the problem is that he's swinging you with the idea that suddenly he switches at some stage to also to horizontal, and that's basically the main issue. So the bishop is switching sides, and you are fighting against this concept of pressure, but suddenly he gets you to this side of the board. So that's the main issue why the people are losing this one. Sandra, let's check what do we have. So we have Erdogmus, who is actually now quite close to make a draw. So David is struggling to win this one, and we have Kollars. Okay, hang on. Do you know something about this endgame?
Nothing.
Okay, so basically, for example, I was studying this. If this pawn is on c3, and let's say that the rook is on, I don't know, b4, d4.
Either d4?
Yeah, so rook is actually basically not allowing king to penetrate. So the point is that it's very important with the queen to kick the king, so the king moves away from the second rank, and then to force the pawn to be moved. So this is very important. So basically you're not winning by leaving the pawn, so you start forcing your opponent to climb up. There was a famous game, I think Movsesian was playing this with black. And it's very hard to play for a win. I won once this type of position. I was studying this quite a lot. The point is that at some stage you are not sure, are you allowing your opponent's pawn to come too far? I think this is drawn as well, although a little bit more complicated when the pawn is on b3. With the pawn on b4, I'm not sure. It should be lost. Maybe we can turn on the table base. So you might have, can you open it? We can go full screen while we are searching.
What I should open?
You can put table base, yeah. We can go full screen with the camera, not to bother you with that. And let's say that we input a game, a board, and a position. I'm quite curious, guys, and we will get this final position. And it's quite funny how Sandra is pretending that she doesn't know about the table base, and of course she knows. So the position is drawn, but yeah, some precise play is needed. We can be around a bit and later maybe check, so we can get the move back, board back. So you can just click the moves you can follow. So rook a7, do you see it? Hang on, I will help you.
Okay.
So you just play rook a7. It's still draw. King. We will wait for the move. I think king d6.
There is no mistake.
No, it's a draw.
King d6.
Yeah, everything is drawn, but king d6 played. So rook a6, king e5. Then it's not so clear. You need to play the rook on c6 probably as only move. So it's still tricky.
It's only move, which can hold a draw.
Yeah, this queen against a rook and a pawn is something worth studying. Really worth studying.
It is. I agree.
Because it can happen, and you need to have some concept. Rook a6 played. drawing move, king e5 probably will be played, and then rook e6. I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
It doesn't like you, right?
Not at all. This is incredible. This computer doesn't want to cooperate with me from the beginning.
Yes. But guys, we will follow this one. Let's go full screen. What's going on in Svane against Hovhannishan? Has something changed? Okay, rook c6 played. I think it's still in the drawing. So let's get back the board. See, I think we have a position again. So rook c6 is still drawing. And now, okay, how to test? Maybe queen e1. I'm trying to recall. It was maybe Movsesyan against Volokitin. I'm really not sure, but actually the easiest, not the easiest, but I would say more logical part when you force your opponent to push the pawn, you come with the queen behind. But here it's not easy to grasp what's going on. And suddenly you allow a little bit more, and I think that's needed to allow your opponent. But maybe king should be, I'm not sure. Yeah, I would need, for example, that time in some kind of game, and then I can a little bit focus more now. I need to speak and help Sandra at some stage. Yeah, so it's not easy for me to focus. But
It's not easy.
I'm joking. Yeah, everything is nice. I was alone first day. I was suffering. So
You see?
made my life.
Sandra equal brains and beauty. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree. So what's going on? King d5? No, it's not easy at all. This is not simple. Because everything will be like draw, 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 and suddenly you will have a tough move. So king, what they played, Sandra, they played queen d4 was played. It's up a little bit.
Okay, queen d4.
King b3 and king d5. King d, queen, not queen d5. It doesn't like you, I told you. It doesn't like you, but I will help.
You're here to solve problems.
No worries, all's good.
Thank you.
King d5, so it's black on the move, and king d5.
Perfect. Thank you.
King a3, still.
Is it played? King
Yeah.
a3?
Now, what will he do? I'm not sure. Okay, so he has found a way how to.
How many moves did I play from the moment when pawn was pushed on b5? Can we?
Good question. Around here, so 55th move, and now they are on 83. Okay, let me check this one. I'm curious. So you have, I don't know, this type of position. So it's drawn. So what can be a problem? Maybe king should be. So anyway, it's drawn. Is there any chance that you go wrong? I don't believe. So anyway, it's a draw. With b4, I think maybe it would be harder. Then with b4, maybe it wins. That's not easy. I can check. Let me check. For example, before heading a pawn. Let's say that I played the stupidest way for, I don't know, for white. Sorry, check. Okay, sorry. Okay, I didn't take the rook. I don't know, let's say like hang on, I'm dropping the rook all the time. So it's still probably a draw. So maybe with the b pawn is drawn anyway. With the c pawn you have chance. Okay, I would need to check Auerbach's books or some other like Table Blazes or Dvoretsky. But I think that so the b pawn with b pawn is drawn. With c, d, e it's harder.
Chess is so complex game. How to explain, someone who doesn't play chess, what is actually chess?
The problem is that you need to spend some time, and you are not. It's not some kind of dribbling or something you will use in the next game. So you need to spend some time to devote things, to grasp them, and then suddenly you're waiting for 1, 2, 3 years, and it's not coming. There was a famous story how things were happening in previous time. I know that during interzonal in Pula in Croatia, they were playing with adjournment, and games were postponed. You can adjourn the game, and you can place your move in the envelope, and then after like 6-7 hours, you are postponing it for tomorrow, and then you get some books, and then you check what is there in that type of books about your endgame, and then you're happy if you have that endgame in your book. But usually there are some endgames which are more complicated or not similar. And I recall that there was a famous story. I think one grandmaster, but I'm not sure whom was playing against other. I think one was from Israel, and 2600, something like this. And then he showed him a book. In the book, that if you play this, that, you will lose. No need for adjournment. And the guy checked and say, okay, what to do? Yeah, then I resign. And they didn't move on with adjourned game, but that was first page. And then when you open second page, there is a better defense which leads to a draw. So yeah, just to ironize things, how at that time books were only source.
Also friends, yes, if you have some strong grandmaster friend, and yeah.
But it was tough with this adjournment because
they
you
analyzed
cannot get full concentration. Not that Bobby was not trusting anyone, so he would do it himself, while Soviets and Russians, they were having a team who were analyzing this. I know that during the World Championship match, Fischer against Spassky, they were sitting in Moscow, all grandmasters practically who were not present in Iceland. So I think it was Tal, it was probably Botvinnik and some others, and they will be ready if there is a need for adjournment. So you need to analyze, and you put a team, and suddenly 6 grandmasters are sending analysis through telefax and so on, how it was. But I know that game, and Fischer took the exchange, sacrificed. It was sacrificed by Black, and they were saying they were getting moves in Moscow. They're saying, "Oh, Bobby did it in like 15 seconds," and he said, "Okay, Bobby was wrong. Now Spassky is better." Then after like 15 minutes or half an hour, they are analyzing. It's not so clear. Then after 1 hour, it seems that Spassky is suffering. Then after 2 hours, Spassky is dead lost. So Fischer had this talent to grasp things sometimes super quickly. We have a result. It seems that Erdoğan has finished his game, and he made a miraculous save. So being dead lost, when I say dead lost, I'm speaking about +5, +4. I think that Gavrilescu now will have a really tough night, since not to win this game for a long +5, +5, +4.
On this level, we don't see that very often.
Yeah, you're right, Sandra. +5, +5, +5. It's really +4, +7. Rook G7, +7. No, I think this is one of the most miraculous save on this level. And come on, you're in a good shape. Still, you're not suffered the loss, so that gives you some momentum. Half a point with black pieces, so completely different situation. I think he can. This A3 was maybe not precise, but he can be really, really happy. While David, I think he will have a really sleepless night. Okay, we touched this topic about sleeping after.
We did.
Yeah, after a win or a loss. Hovhannisyan still playing not much is happening, and we have callers doing the same. Okay, this is wrong, but yeah, this, as I mentioned, at some stage you should allow your opponent to push the pawn, but okay, with the c pawn it works a bit, probably because there is more space for a queen, but here I'm not 100% sure. You need some help?
I'm trying to. No, I
Where-
don't.
You made up?
Yes,
Bravo. Great.
unexpected.
No. But anyway, helpful. What does it say? Draw, king d6, king b5,
B6. What was after
King
B6?
D6.
King D6. Okay.
king
and
b5,
King B5.
probably queen a8 will be played. And then please play queen a8. Okay, no, don't touch it. Queen a8, then I'm not sure which move white will be played. I know that, for example, at some stage during Bill tournament in Switzerland, that someone brought a computer machine
Yeah,
and
your guess was right. I'm sorry. Queen A8.
okay, now rook c3 only
Just
move.
one move, only move. Yes, Rook C3.
Guys, I told you, at some stage you need to allow your opponent's pawn to be pushed, and then suddenly you don't have a safe haven.
Probably because, for example, if he goes Rook C3, Queen D5, Rook C2, Queen D5 check, King A6, there is Queen D3, and
You're right. you
probably
need to-
something like
you're
that. I
right.
mean, because
Yeah,
of this kind
you're
of.
completely right, Sandra. Yeah, the point is maybe to allow escaping route. I recall that Cvitan has told me that grandmaster who is from Croatia, from Rijeka, and he played in Switzerland, living in Basel for a while, that at some stage during the tournament, some guy brought like a computer, like laptop, and they were playing. He actually offered a bet that you won't win queen against a rook, and I don't know, Avrukh was there, 26 something, Cvitan, whom else? Maybe some Tkachiev or some other grandmasters, and it's not easy because in one stage, again, rook against queen, you need to break this barrier, and there is this idea of, I'm trying to recall now, queen b5, queen b4. So he's defending with the king on the first rank, and he's placing his rook on the sixth rank, like in a rook's endgame, as rook c4 losing. Can you input rook c4, please?
Of course.
So king on e4, king on e1, and then there is a rook, and then you have this queen b3, queen b6, I'm not sure. So I was playing this against my computer, and I was suffering, but in the end I managed to win, and then I was using this as a practice. But the problem is with human doesn't know when to move away a rook for a long distance. Queen d5 played.
Yeah, there are two moves.
wins.
Yeah,
Okay, please
Queen
now
D5
update me.
and-
Queen d5
Yeah,
played.
Queen
King
E8
b4.
was, Queen D5, King B4,
Which
still winning,
all
Queen
moves,
D2, Queen D3, Queen E5, Queen D1, Queen B7. Oh, actually,
all the
there,
moves.
yeah, all the moves. But okay, I mean,
Yeah. Rook c7, queen a6, and now we'll get a queen against the rook. I know that Yakovenko has made a draw against Morozevich, or Morozevich against Yakovenko. He felt it, this stalemate. I think it was Barcelona, not Linares, I don't believe. I think it was Barcelona. So it's possible, of course, to misplayed it. But as I said, I was playing against my computer, and then I get some way, and I was actually successful. But at the beginning, guys, if you want to bet, place this position, queen against the rook, against engine, or basic, even Fritz. I was playing against Fritz. I don't believe that Grandmaster will win if he didn't touch this for a while. You would win queen against the rook?
no, I'm not sure, to be honest. But I lost King and Rook against Queen.
Yeah, the problem is that you shouldn't keep your rook close to your king. So you should, at some stage, you should.
I was trying, fighting, but it was time trouble, and okay. At the
Rook
end.
c8.
Rook C8. Here, okay.
Basically, all the moves.
Yeah, just Queen G3, Queen H3, and Queen E2, for example, are drawish moves, but he played queen a6, which is winning. I mean, still black should win.
Yeah, I
if
will show just
plays
this
precise.
queen against the rook, that if there is this winning position, then you need to make a triangle to lose a tempo, and then you're winning. But as I said, the point is, if your opponent is keeping the king next to rook next to his king, then it's much easier to win. But engine or computers, they will set up this 6th rank defense, and suddenly it's not easy to win. You need to know how to break it. There is this rook queen b4, queen g4. So now I'm not sure that white can organize that. So I would try to run to the 1st rank and hoping, but with engine, it's, as I said, it's quite easier to set up a tough resistance.
Which move is this one?
Now it's not
when he
yeah,
took
okay. 92.
92, okay. Queen. Now they will play faster. I'm not sure if I can catch.
No, but now it's not core. Don't do
Okay,
it. Don't do
okay.
it. It's not an issue anymore. Anything in chat?
I will check. I reload the page. We don't want to miss anything.
Okay, not many.
Someone says Brad Pitt looking okay at 60. He will look even at 65.
It's up to you. Okay, keeping the rook close while we are having an eye on a rook and a bishop against the rook. So also you need to know how to put some problems. Don't forget that Fedoseev has won a game in the 2nd round, if I'm not mistaken, against Greek player. So rook and a bishop, so of course it's possible to lose. Yes, so engine I think in this position would play something like queen h3. Okay, and now you win. And basically, I'm not sure that, so let's say queen d5, if I'm not dropping the rook, now I think you should break this defense, and it's not easy to break it. So you need to know that now the queen g5 is the move. It's now some rook, no, rook a3, is this working? Queen c1. Now maybe this is not the exact position, but I'm trying to recall how engine was setting up this defense against the queen. So queen b5, queen g5. So engine maybe this was not. So let's say that I made some pass move. Okay, I'm dropping the queen, so it's not good. So let's say here. Can I maybe come somewhere? Okay, engine is easily winning, but for human, it's not so clear. But I know about this defense. So what's going on here? Okay, he will stick his rook next to king, but I think this is the worst defense. And now only you don't need to. You don't need to blunder this one, which is typical. Yeah, don't jump into that.
What happened? I'm sorry.
No, the game is just going on. No, I just made analysis. So it's a draw on the 2nd board, and here white will
How it was finished?
Which one?
Rook against
It's drawn.
draw.
And here, just they're playing, but these are the last moves. So black is winning.
Of course, black is winning.
I think Kovenko made a draw against Morozevich in some Barcelona or something. He forgot about this stalemate when the king was on h1. And engine, you know, Vasily, I was saying that it's not easy to win against computer because he's defending over the 3rd rank. I don't know, have you tried to play against computer, queen against the rook? It's not easy to win because somehow he's just coming somewhere with his rook. Okay, black will win. I think we will have some fair play check. I guess, Vasily, you don't like this, right? Those checks, what to do? That's drawn. Here, okay, last moment, scholars will resign soon.
Can you show me this game from start? Queen d3, why?
We can go Bordeaux to check is anyone there in the playing hall. White was just
Quite
completely
empty
winning. Yeah,
after
last moments.
5 and 30 minutes
Yeah,
of playing.
I think we can just finish.
But maybe g4 is too optimistic. Maybe rook d2 immediately more precise to stop any contraplay.
I'm sure you're right, actually.
Yeah.
I cannot say a lot in front of you because you're such a strong
knight
grandmaster.
d5 is possible.
That was even better.
Ivanchuk is here with us in the studio. We are commenting about
Knight takes d5 according to computers. So see.
And there is
Knight check and takes on d4. And healthy pawn up.
okay. Okay, this one is just dead.
see
Dead lost.
there's some
Yeah.
comments.
We can see them on our left. So, yeah, Vasily likes to check on what we are doing. Were you surprised?
No,
Okay.
I wasn't. And you?
No, I know Vasily. We played, I told you.
I was
that-
wondering if I should say you can sit here with us.
No, of
Maybe I
course.
wasn't so polite.
No, come on. So we can, I think, conclude our day. So maybe with few questions. Okay, we can still get a board. So let's get a board.
What Sofia did at the end, we
She
were...
made a draw.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Good tournament.
So last moments. Now the system is you give like this type of check at some stage, and you just play your queen or queen. You don't need to. You can put your opponent in zugzwang, for example, and then suddenly you start approaching. And this is also known with the rook and a pawn, that this is the way how you control the things. Yeah, he knows this. So I think, yeah, you did a great job, Sandra.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks a lot. So today we can conclude, I think, our day.
Yeah, so after 7 rounds, still leader is Alexander Ingic.
Fabulous tournament for him. Kudos to Alexander. He's doing a great job. I know that he's quite a sharp player, but sometimes he also misplayed some promising positions, but this tournament everything goes perfectly.
Tomorrow at the same time, we will have a team here. We will see. Maybe we will have some surprises for you. So we will see that.
Yeah, I will follow for sure. Yeah. So it's quite interesting that we have some youngsters, but still players like Ingic or even some others. So what will be now? We can maybe tell the viewers some standings and possible pairings. So Ingic is sitting on 6.5, so 6 pluses. Right behind him with 1 point less is Deak. No, sorry, my bad. So with 1 point less, there are a big group of players of Hanisyan, Svane, Cheparino, Petrosyan, Motilev, Donchenko, Darda, Deak, Mamedov. Yeah.
Okay, nothing changed here on chess results.
How was our friend doing? Dennis, trash talker, can you check his result? His last
I think
board?
you were right, about that you heard his voice and you said that probably he didn't win, at least.
He lost.
He lost.
Yeah, against 2400 English player. I feel bad for Dennis. I like his play. I like how he's brave. He can win against top players. Today's birthday boy, the Kamer Vincent. You can check this game how Dennis crashed him at the Olympiad. Also scoring, Dennis scored heavily at European Blitz in Zagreb, winning bronze. So I think Dennis will recover. I recall while after playing badly and losing against So Wesley, which was strange that you lost against So Wesley and then you want to abandon chess. That happens with Vasily. It was Club Cup. It was World Cup, I think, in somewhere in Asia, and he lost against So Wesley. And then he said, "I'm abandoning chess." Hopefully, Dennis won't do the same.
He will not. Maybe he will have this talk with himself, but I don't think he will give up from chess.
We expect to follow his games. So Dennis, move on. We need your trash talk, so don't give up. So last moments. Anything in chat to do? Would you like to use maybe some more minutes or some moments? We have Queen D5 now. Let's go. Let's get back. Let's get back the board. Rook H2 was played. So let's just make some final stuff. Okay, let me just show you, for example, some position around here. Let's say that you play this move. I will try it somehow to play it. So this is known. You win by giving a move to
That's how
white.
I lost.
Yeah, so white should be on the move. Let's say that if black is on the move, I will lose a tempo. Then, as I mentioned, you just start maneuvering, coming to the same position. This is how you win this one. And when rook goes somewhere, then you connect the squares where to catch it, and you just find a winning spot. Queen D5, and now rook will be lost. So one place is here, another one is there. So now he will try just to find the right spot where to catch it. I'm curious, but yeah, as I stopped, you want some final words to say something? Do you regret that you are not playing in this type of events?
Not here. Here I don't regret. I mean, this year I was thinking and I said, okay, I will not play. I have to work on chess. You know, I'm not kind of person who likes to go anywhere unprepared.
Never noticed. I would never say this.
So I would like to prepare, because also I'm not kind of person who can, be here and lose game after game and just to be cool with it because tournament is strong. It would affect on me. But for example, on Women's European Individual Championship, I would like to play, and if that was this tournament, I would maybe regret that I didn't play, although I have great company here and doing also very nice thing.
Have you been to European Women Championships, individual, for example, in previous years?
I did. I played once it was in Serbia, and I played bad. I was
okay, it's not so important how you played, but just when was the last time you played it? Do you play it so often or not?
Not so often. I think last time was in Opati in Croatia, and there I played better, but yeah.
That was quite a long ago. And Rapid and Blitz, or at least Blitz, you favor? Have you played European Blitz?
I didn't play women's. I just played open tournament last time in Macedonia.
Okay, so we expect that you... Okay, now Queen G8, Queen G1, I think this is the point. Yeah, we would love to see you also playing. Okay, Black has won because now people learn more about you, so I'm pretty sure that you will get some fans. They will see, okay, Sandra is playing, let's root. Also, if I will be doing a commentary somewhere and I see that you're playing, I will root for you and check your games, so I think you will have more fans.
I like this.
You will have some more fans.
I will play even better.
Guys, root for Sandra, but in the meantime, she's doing a great job. Thanks, guys, for watching. Today, the round is over. Many interesting stuff. So curious to check what will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, take care.
Take care.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.